you go with that?
Well, yeah, because you just plug in your YouTube information in StreamYard or Facebook or whichever platform that you want to use, and then from there, you bring in the guests with just the link.
Okay.
You pop in to the bottom, and then you bring them into the actual, section where they're going to be. You can make it very up close, and you can make it like side by side, next to each other.
Okay.
And then, yeah, you could do that on YouTube, and then bring in articles, import sounds and different things like that. Be right back screens built into the platform and all that stuff. So yeah.
Okay, I will look into that. You're the second person today that has mentioned to me that it's like, dude, you should you should be on that, because they were also talking about the sorry, I'm doing 6 things at once. They were also talking about the ability to sort of highlight someone's question and pop that out, whereas right now a lot of times I'm reading it,
Right, it pops on the bottom and everyone else can see it as your. So yeah, it's just additional engagement. You can definitely do that for sure. Yeah.
All right,
it's really good.
All right. All right, there we go. Hello, motherfuckers. It is Jaffe. It is good to see everybody. Hang on. Listen, I'm late. It is all my fault. It is not Andy. Can I call you Andy?
If you'd like.
Not if you want me to answer, fucker. That's the proper response.
I think it's okay. It just depends on who's saying it, so I'm okay with you.
I'll call you Andrew, whatever. But Andrew, it's not Andrew's fault. It's my fault. I got the Pfizer shot today, and I got the first one, and and I haven't had any weird side effects, but it absolutely has made me draggy, and so I'm totally wide awake now. But when I got home, I took a nap, and it doesn't matter. You don't care about my life. You don't care about me. Just wait.
Actually, I do. I definitely want to hear about Birmingham, Alabama.
You want to hear about Birmingham, Alabama? There we go.
Yeah, at some point.
All right, we'll talk. We'll talk. All right, so I think we are live. Let's just make sure. Can you guys see us? Can you hear us? If so, we are going to begin. I'm getting a little message on my end saying that the internet might be running a little choppy. Hopefully you guys can at least hear us, but it looks pretty good on my end. You guys let me know. Okay. We got Elliot Trout, Morgan. No, I'm not going to go through the whole list. I'm just saying we got people here. We're going to get started. I just need a confirmation from somebody out in the world that you can see us. Can you see me and Andrew? Because if you can't, that's okay, but I just turn Andrew up.
There's a bad perception of you.
Let's talk about it, but hang on. I got someone saying I got to turn you up. Hang on a second, sir.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm close to the mic.
That is my no. That ain't you. That's not you. I am so bad with audio. That is the one thing I have yet to master, and I need to hire somebody because I don't understand gain. I don't understand all this shit.
I can help you with that. We can talk about that.
I would appreciate, because like right now I'm dragging the audio output capture on Streamlabs all the way to the top. But how do I know if that's acceptable? Because it doesn't change.
So it's not compressed. You don't have any limiters set. You don't have any noise things and stuff. We can talk about it.
Yeah, all right. I would appreciate that.
We can get fancy at some point. Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys let me know if Andrew, and then Andrew, you are open to take calls if people want to call in, correct?
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put myself in the Discord call-in show. Okay. And whenever we get a call in, just open up the Discord. We'll make it happen.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So I'm sorry. Okay. So first, let's talk about what this is, because people may be like,
why am I here?
Well, not why are you here? You're here because you sent out a tweet this morning or earlier today and said,
I did.
Here are people that I would like to collaborate with. And what was really fun for me was there were 2 tweets, and I was in the second batch. So I'm kind of like your second choice. Why don't you tell Why don't you tell the fine folks? Why don't you tell the fine folks at home who was on your first choice?
Right. That's not even right.
Really? So I can bring it up. I don't really care.
Here's the thing. You can bring it up. No, you're right.
I am right.
So I was tempted to put this is not in any particular order. And I should have put that.
Oh, I don't give a fuck.
I should have put that.
Let me ask you a question. Who were some of the other people you put on your list?
Xbox is on there. Jeff Kelly's on there. What's Good Games is on there. You're on there. Aaron Simon is on there. So I'm doing this from memory here.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Andrea Renee, PlayStation, Xbox.
Right. Kind of Funny's on there.
Kind of Funny.
More stuff.
What time did they get back to you? Did I get back to you first?
You got back to me first. Actually, it's a close. I can't name the other person right now because they hit me in the DM and they said I wasn't on your list, but I'd like to talk.
Okay, so out of the people on your list,
you hit me first.
Who else? Did anybody else get back to you?
No.
You goddamn right. You goddamn right. So next time you're making the list, Andrew, maybe, you know. So what do you mean? Okay, so people are like, well, they may come to this show and they say, well, I don't know who this guy is. Andrew, Andrew's had a podcast going for over 10 years. I mean, you're a fucking lifer. You're like August. A vet in this shit. And you and I met at PSX. Was it the very first PSX?
2015.
Was that that's the first? I don't. Yeah, and who knows if they're ever going to do one again? But we met. Right. We did an interview. I think it was for your podcast about Drawn to Death.
And episode 292, I think.
Okay, and then we've kind of lost touch since then. We had that kind of whirlwind affair in Paris where we both experimented a little bit and said, this is not for us, but at least we tried. At least we can go to the grave and say, we tried a little bit of everything. But it's not for us. Not for us. But other than that, we haven't talked since. And you reached out to all these people and said, hey, let's do some shit, right? So I reached out back and I said, let's do some shit. So that's kind of where we're at, fellas. So we're talking to a hardcore gamer, a long time. He's had a podcast longer than most. So I definitely want to talk to you about the motivation and the ups and downs and how do you hang in there when you're plateauing? Because that's always the hard thing. You build it and you feel like you're going to the moon and then you kind of, we're going to talk about that. But what do you mean people don't like me? You goddamn right they don't. You know who doesn't like me? Kind of Funny. I don't think Kind of Funny likes me. I don't think they like me. I don't think they like me just because I like Colin Moriarty. I'm like, it's almost
there's a bad perception of you.
Here's what it's like, though. Here's what it's like, and I'll shut up. Here's what it's like, and I'll shut up. Okay, here's what it's like, and I'll shut up. It's like divorce, and the kids have to choose, and it's almost like I chose Colin.
15 and 17, correct?
My children. Yes, but no, not my divorce. I'm saying the Kind of Funny divorce, and I chose Colin, but I still want to go visit Greg on the weekends. And now it's like, no, fuck you, kid. You chose your dad. That's all I'm saying. Okay, you're on. I'm sorry. Go.
So you have this bad perception of you, and I think that you're writing it out until you can't write it out anymore. And it doesn't make sense to me.
Talk about it.
So here's the thing. Ever since I met you, you've been the kindest person.
Yes.
You have the greatest manners.
Yes.
You're very approachable.
Yes.
But everything else in the public perception of you is complete opposite. So I'm trying to figure out, why are you writing that out that long?
Talk to me about
private message. Go ahead.
No. Go, well, you go ahead. I have a question, but I mean, if you're in the middle of it, keep going.
Yeah. So why are you writing that out that long? And do you think that's beneficial for the real you? Because the real you is very kind and super smart and very in the moment in the conversations.
Yes.
Great interviewer.
Thank you.
And people can see that.
So I guess I'm trying to understand what you're talking about specifically. Have I not been kind? Have I not been?
To me, always.
Well, so who have I been mean to?
So again, the public perception of when I see people speak about you, I guess we would say between maybe 2015 and 2017, around that time.
Okay.
Around that time.
That was
there
when
was always, and it could be a subset of maybe content creators or individuals who've dealt with you who didn't understand your personality.
Yeah.
There is that. It could be individuals who are extremely sensitive. It could be that as well.
Sure, but I'm going to throw and I was very sad today to learn that she's leaving because A, I have a crush on her, and B, I think she's really good. The press secretary for Joe Biden is going to be leaving next year. And somebody in the audience, I think it was from Fox, was like, I forget what her name is, but the reporter in the audience is like, people are saying that Joe Biden's not doing this, that, or the other. And she's up on the podium saying, okay, well, who's saying that? And what exactly did they say? Can you show me some facts so I can respond?
Your point.
So what are you talking about? I'm not saying you're wrong, but you could come into this stream, Andrew. God damn it, it's Andy. Come on now. And you could say, listen, Jaffe, the public perception is you kill babies and then eat their skin. And I'd say, okay, where's that?
And I'm saying it's not factual.
Well, of course it's not, but I want to hear where it's coming from.
I'm not saying that I believe it.
But where did you hear it from?
um, gamers specifically.
Okay.
Um, journalists, if you want to call them that.
Give me an example.
Individuals who are creating. No, we're not doing names.
Why
You
are we
can't
not?
do
We
names.
I
You
had
can't do names.
I had Hip Hop Gamer
Okay, I
on
don't
last
even
week. He
remember
dropped
half of the
names.
names.
I had
I
Hip
can't-
Hop
no,
Gamer
I
on. He
can't.
dropped names.
I can't. Well, Hip Hop Gamer is a different breed. Okay, we all know that. He's a different kind of guy. I don't
Okay, well,
drop names. Here's
let me
what-
do my best to okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No. I think we knew that this was going to happen. So let's do it. Back and forth.
Okay, right. So without you naming names, can you name a specific criticism that has been leveled my way without
You're
telling
rude. Yeah, you're rude.
Rude.
Yes.
How so?
You're short.
I'm
you're-
5'6". I can't help it.
You know what I mean.
I don't know what you
in
mean.
terms of linguistics. Like you're short. Your patient is low. Your patient is very
Oh
low.
fuck yeah, because I have ADD.
But my experiences with you have always been positive. So
Sure.
here's the whole point. The
All
whole
right.
point to that whole discourse
Yes.
is this, right? Anytime somebody tells me something about somebody,
Mm-hmm.
or they say, well, you shouldn't necessarily associate blah blah blah. I want to find out myself.
You goddamn right.
how
I'm the same
person
with
is.
Colin Moriarty. I'm going on Colin's
Right.
show Monday, and there's
Right.
so many people.
That's the point. Right.
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
point.
okay, so then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, the idea, if you're basically saying you can't really give me, okay, I don't care who said it, all right? But what I'm saying is when your initial question was, or something along the lines of, I'll rephrase it because I don't remember the specifics, but the gist of it was, if I'm correct, is how can you keep doing that without worrying about it affecting this, that, or the other, right? Like the long-term
Right.
ramifications. And ultimately,
Right.
this would be my thesis. Now, it may not be correct. It may be that
Go ahead.
you know,
I like
I'm
this.
seeing it
I
from
like
my
this.
own view, obviously. But I think there are a number of people that probably don't respond well to me in the business of folks who report on game creators, because I don't give a fuck about their judgment. I
Gotcha.
don't care if you, I mean, don't get me wrong. Did it hurt that a lot of the critics didn't like Drawn to Death? Sure, of course. And I was open about that. I was open about sitting at the sink one day, about 3 months after it came out, and I heard one podcast. I forget who it's the 4-Player podcast. And it was one guy that, and I hate to say it because it makes it sound like the critics were wrong, but it's like he got it. And I was literally doing dishes and I wasn't like bawling, but I was tearing up because I'm like, at least,
It was good. I liked it.
Well, I appreciate that, but I was like, at least somebody out there with a voice in the media got it. But I'm not gonna slink away to a hole if you insult my shit. I'm gonna respond to you, and they don't like that, right? And I'll
But
tell
that's
you,
part of the process. though.
no, it's not, because I'll give you an
Meaning-
example. I'll give you an example.
meaning-
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, meaning if someone doesn't like a game, they can say they don't like it. It wasn't for them. That's what I mean.
Right.
Specifically in that context.
Well, in that context, it's great. But like, I'll give you a great example with Drawn to Death. Polygon gave us a 5 out of 10, which is not a good review. Okay. But I wrote to Polygon and I was just like, hey, I think his name was Owen Good. And I said, hey, this is a really good review. It's like, it sucks it wasn't higher, but I appreciate what you said. It's clear you played the game. It's clear you put a lot of effort into your review and you understood what we were going for. It just wasn't for you. And I said, thank you. And he was like, yeah, not a problem, right? IGN gave us a 4 out of 10. Well, it's a terrible review. It was a freelancer. The guy clearly had a beef with the game. He didn't spend a lot of time with it. And so I'm not going to just sit there and go, oh, I'm the creator. I need to be quiet now. It's like, fuck off,
Right.
motherfucker. I got a microphone just
Right.
like you do. So I think some of these guys don't like that. I think some of these guys are bad at their jobs. So I'll give you a great example. The fact that some of these journalists, and I will put some of those in quotes, not all of them, actually think that it's correct. Did you freeze? Did everybody, we all good?
Yeah, you froze a little bit, but I still hear you.
You hear me? Okay. So they think it's correct to paint me. I mean, I have seen things online where people paint me as an alt-right guy. I mean, are you out of your...
So you don't disagree that people say stuff about you?
Okay, but
so
here-
we're on the same page. There.
Okay, but
go ahead.
You're
Go
right,
ahead.
but I want you to understand this. This is fascinating to me.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. So what are you drinking? What do you got? What do you got?
Water.
Oh, that's healthy.
Water.
I know, it's healthy. I got Diet Coke. So here's the thing about it is I can meet these motherfuckers anywhere and any time of the day when it comes to discourse, dialogue, discussion, debate about the topics at hand. But these guys seem to be only interested, not all of them, of course, but a lot of the ones that push back on me seem to be only interested in, it's like, you have to be progressive the way I define it. And the very nature of being progressive almost suggests there is no defining way. The minute you start putting definitions up, the minute you become less progressive because you're demanding a conservative perception of what that mindset is. And so
Understood.
I simply refuse to play their stupid fucking game. I have a trans son. I have a gay brother. I have many LGBT folks in my life. I am just incredibly all over a variety of progressive causes in terms of my time and our money and things like that, and just my passion, what I talk about on my streams and shit. And for these motherfuckers to paint me any different either shows a laziness on their part in terms of poor journalistic skills or just poor work ethic, or it just shows, I don't know what it shows. Maybe I don't really understand what their beef is. So when you say, well, Jaffe, aren't you aware you have this perception? Aren't you worried about it? My answer is no, because the only way to fix it is to become what they need me to be, so then I am acceptable to be into their club. You think I want to be in a club with Patrick Klepek, a guy that I can pull up right now, pictures online that are racist and homophobic?
I saw that stream.
You goddamn right. There's not a lot, but there's a number of those things that are out there. You think I want to be in that club? Fuck no. So you guys can keep your fucking club. I'm not rude. I'm not ill-tempered. I do have a patience problem, but that's just because, I don't know how you do it, because your thing's a podcast and live stream, or just podcast?
Yeah, it's both, actually.
Okay,
yeah.
So when you're live streaming, you've got your numbers up there, and you see them going up and going down. And you know when you're losing that audience, right? And so
I don't look at them.
Yeah, I look at them when a caller comes in, because when a caller calls, I love the calls, but I also know that sometimes I can get too in the weeds with someone, and the viewers are like, "Dude, can we fucking move on?" And so I'm just like, look, I'm just like I was. Here's what I'll tell you: I pissed off people when I worked at Sony because I was not a slave to my bosses.
2015, 16,
all of it. With Sony and for Sony. I was not a slave to my bosses. I was not a slave to the team. I was a slave to the audience. I cared about them. And it doesn't mean the team didn't either, but I didn't give a fuck if it was going to hurt someone's feelings, although certainly I wanted to make sure we could do it in a nice, respectful way if I was going to say that particular idea is not going to fly, because my job was to protect the audience. My job when I do my streams and podcasts is to protect the audience. I'm not here for the guest. The guest isn't here for me. The guest is here to get what they want out into the world, and I'm here to entertain the audience. And so this idea that if you're a fucking journalist and you don't understand that, you don't understand that ultimately you serve your reader, ultimately you serve your audience, then go fuck yourself. That's my answer.
I like that. I like the answer.
Yeah.
Very well thought out.
Gracias. I appreciate
very, very direct.
Yeah. But is that offensive?
No, it's not offensive to me, because my thing is, if there's a polarizing figure in any industry that I consider high interest, I want to know why individuals are against the person. I want to know more information.
Well, you tell. I want to know about you, because you tell me you run in these circles. You were on with Gary Whitta. You were on with Paris. You know the kind of funny guys. And I've always
not all of them.
Okay, I've always had a good relationship with Greg Miller. I haven't talked to him in a very long time, but I've always thought he was a good, decent guy, and he's always been very supportive and all that stuff. But I'm of the mind that, like, if I were to make a list of kind of the outlets that, hold me in high regard, Kind of Funny would probably not be on there. Would you agree with that?
They would not be on there?
It would not be on an establishment that holds me in high regard, meaning they're not fans.
How do you know that?
I don't. It's just a feeling. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
We're going on feelings now?
No, I'm going on my feelings, and then I'm asking you because you have experience with those guys.
I like that. I think they have been very supportive.
Okay, good.
Just to be able to be on a platform to even be a guest that's a random person that's never been there before for the first time last week.
Right, they've been supportive
you know,
of you, is what you mean.
Yeah, like you don't just invite anybody up there, right? From what I gathered, just
Okay.
you need some kind of information about what they're doing. If you can trust them to have an opinion that's not necessarily going to damage the brand,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
so I'm not
that's
just
true.
showing up.
Sure.
Right. So I'm not just showing up just to show up, right? So I'm prepped for the particular episode, whatever episode is going to be, or what it was at that time.
Yeah.
And it was a great time.
Yeah, I saw on your website or your Twitter the end of it, the wrap up, and I didn't see the whole thing yet, but the wrap up was really good. I was like, oh, this is an interesting conversation they're having. I appreciated it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it was really good. It was really good. Yeah.
Cool.
So from there, in terms of podcasting, as you mentioned, 2009 I started.
Yes.
And,
Why did you start? Why did you start? What was interesting to you
because,
about it?
So I definitely want to get into the code switching stuff later.
Yep.
So
well, let's get into. Oh yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
But I understand. I kind of understand the demographic that you have. It's a very mixed batch of individuals here.
Are you saying my demographic or the game?
Yeah, I think it's a mixed bag here. Like for every conversation I'm going to have,
yes,
I kind of have an idea of who's going to be there in my mind.
Yes,
and what that demographic looks like, sounds like, based on how the host is, interacting with the guests and also the callers that come in. So I have an idea, right?
Okay.
So the research, to answer your question, the reason I started is because I believe I was better than everybody else.
Okay, good for you.
That's the answer.
Good answer.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
Right. Now from there, that sounds very, arrogant. That sounds very cocky. But I understand who I'm speaking to, and I understand to some degree your audience. So I can't just say, yeah, because it was something I always wanted to do. That's a very vague answer. It's not as honest to your audience as it would be depending on where I was with another.
But think about that for a minute. Isn't that a problem? Isn't that a problem for your integrity that you go out there and you're admitting that you change your level of honesty?
It's not a problem for my integrity because I understand who I'm speaking to. Right.
So meaning if you're speaking to idiots,
no,
you can lie to them.
So we'll do this. No. So we'll do this. So if I understand the particular audience or sample size or whatever, right?
Okay.
And in order for them to hear what I'm saying, then I need to understand how they receive information.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good point. How they receive information.
That's all I'm saying.
That's the key. Yeah.
So that's it. And then from there, I analyze, the conversations that they have. I see how the hosts interact with each other, whether there's tension, who does the tension, who releases the tension in the conversation, all that. I've always been a fan of human behavior, consumer behavior ever since I was younger.
Oh, I saw your story that you struggled with English for a while, and that really, I think it's
passion for it.
It is an absolute fascinating thing. I have a daughter who has struggled with ADD, and she's a brilliant kid. Great artist, incredibly, sharp-minded, but she's not neurotypical in the sense that, she's the kid that a lot of the normal kids were sort of just like, I don't understand her, but ultimately though, those things that we suffer when we're younger absolutely build that character. And so for you, in your case, where you were like, you actually, I think you said you took, as a kid who was born in Brooklyn, you still found yourself in English as a second language classes because that's how much you struggled with the language. But look what it's done though. Look what it's done.
Yeah, it created a monster.
Well, in a good way. The fact that you're saying you're a student of human behavior, that you watched all these sitcoms to kind of learn how people are.
Yeah, All My Children, Guiding Light, you name it.
Right. Well, you watch that.
Lives.
That's a soap opera. You watch soap operas,
including the soap opera.
Oh, I was going to say, because if all you watch was soap operas, we're in trouble.
Who's the boss?
Okay, because that's not. That. Yeah. Okay. So, but the point though is now to hear you speak about human behavior and to say, I look at a podcast and I say, who releases the tension? Who causes the tension, who releases that valve. That's a level of sophistication and a self-awareness that not a lot of people have. And so that probably wouldn't be a gift of yours unless you had gone through that
Correct.
early childhood, right? So
Correct.
when you say I'm better at this than everyone else, I can tell you right away, you're fucking good at this. I mean, you absolutely are. I'm like, holy shit, the guy's really, really good at this. And I don't look at that as arrogant, right? I look at that as, you know, we all have these voices that whisper to us, and it's like, this is kind of what you need to be doing at this point in your life. And I think it's good when you follow that, you know, you want to analyze a little bit, because sometimes it's just gas or something, right? But more often than not, it's a real thing. And whether or not you want to spiritualize it, or whether or not it's just, you know, neurons firing.
There's gifts that, you know, come without repentance.
Sure, but gifts is also a subjective, you know, anthropomorphizing the universe. Who the fuck knows what it is? But regardless, though, there is an awareness humans have when they are in their lane, wherever that comes from. And so, the fact that you're sitting there saying, I knew I could do this. I knew I was really good at this. I love that, because I love it when there's a difference between bravado, which is like, okay, whatever, and like, no, I just feel this is my calling. It doesn't mean I'm going to be a dick. It doesn't mean I'm going to be an asshole. It doesn't mean anything like that. It just means this is what I'm in. This is my lane. Why?
Right, and the maturity level had to grow with it too. Like, you know is one thing, but now you have to wield it in such a way where it's easily entreated by the individuals who are listening to you. So there's
easily entreated. I don't know the word entreated.
Like receptive to it, to take it in, and embrace what you're saying. At the time.
And the fact that you're saying every individual has a different way in, depending on their view of the world, that you have to kind of suss out in order to have a good conversation. It's a great gift. It's a great gift, man. Yeah. Good for you.
Yeah. So a lot of research goes into the conversations that I usually do for the shows. Maybe I'll listen to maybe 10 hours of a person's specific podcast just to get the vibe of who they are as a person. Right. Maybe read a couple of articles. Like I go in there.
But if those people are second on the list of the tweet, it's more like 5 hours you pay attention to. Is that right?
No, actually, no. Okay. I think for you, I put at least 20 hours just for this conversation.
What do you think? Drill down, baby. Drill down. Give me the essence of David Jaffe based on your analysis of that 20 hours. I want to know.
I think you want individuals to be honest with themselves.
Yes.
No matter what the context is.
Yes, I think we all want that. We may not know we want that.
No, I mean, no, you really want that. Yes. So when you listen back to your calls and your conversations, it's like, why are we going around the bush? Just answer the question.
Right.
Is this red or blue?
Right.
Then no, now you're wasting time, because another caller can have something more important to say. Now you're wasting my time because you're not answering the question.
So let me ask you, do you think that comes off as short to people then? You're saying that kind of mentality.
I think how you grew up lends to that, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
So for example, the current state of social media and how people are supposed to be kind, and you can't necessarily be direct. You got to say, there's something I want to tell you, so I just want you to understand that I'm saying this in love. Where we live in, you have to coddle first or prelude to whatever that particular conversation is going to be. Not everybody's necessarily ready for how you grew up. You grew up where this is what it is. I don't need to sugarcoat it. You know, the bathroom is dirty, go clean it. What else do you want me to say? You know, like, so I think you grew up in that era based on your age. And you understand that certain individuals can't receive conversations like that anymore, especially now.
Do you find that a weakness of those certain individuals and that as a societal defect, or do you think there's value? Because I am a big SJW and I am very politically correct, but you're right about the observation that says, I think honesty and genuineness is probably my most valued currency, because we're all in this together. The older you get, the more you see life is hard and chaotic, and we don't know what's going on. You can say it's Jesus, you can say it's Yahweh, you can say it's Muhammad, you can say it's crystals, but we can say it's nothing. It's a simulation. We don't know. We are all in this crazy together. And the better we can be about being genuine and honest and really drill down, I think the better time we're going to have and the better we're all going to feel. But are you saying that this new generation that you're talking about that came up with social media and whatnot, do you think it's a defect that you can't be direct with them? Not
I think
mean.
it forces, not, I think it's, the maturity level is going to take longer to get there because of social media. But for us who grew up in the age that we grew up in, the 80s, 90s, that kind of vibe,
Right.
it forces us, which could be a wrong word, it lures us to be more patient with it. 'Cause
Why?
we have no choice.
I have choice.
Because we have no choice. We technically have no choice because the larger sample size is everyone that we know or interact with today kind of grew up in this social media, you know, everybody be happy and all that stuff. So,
Right.
so it lures us to be patient for the better.
You think it's for the
Because-
better.
Right. For us, because if we're going to be more patient with the individuals that are growing in that manner, right, then it forces us to be more patient in our conversations and how we're explaining our feelings to them, how much time we're giving them in a broad spectrum of anything that we talk about. It forces us to be more patient. My co-host made me more patient. She came in around 340, Miss DJM. She's Asian, okay? When she came on board, I was more callous than I am now.
Do you think callous
Because-
is the opposite of patience, though, or patient?
No, that's one of the things that was going on with me at that time.
Okay.
Not saying it's the opposite.
Okay.
But I knew I was very harsh. I was very short. I was insensitive.
Mm-hmm.
I was impatient. I didn't really want to deal with people's feelings. I understand what I wanted, and that's really what that mattered at the time. But when she came on board
Yeah.
as a co-host for a podcast that she's never hosted podcast before, I had to show her how to podcast, but yet listen to somebody else's thoughts when most of the time I was just talking by myself. So now I have to,
Okay, so then why did you even bring her on?
because she was great.
Okay, so she offered something that you needed for the
Yeah,
show.
fantastic.
Okay,
It's
okay,
fantastic.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. So it was so you got something out of the concession. You're like, I have
Fantastic.
to. Okay, well then sure. Yeah, tell me the value in my life of Jason Schreier liking me, and I'll start to give a fuck. But I mean, you know, you're just like the rest of us in that sense. There's got to be a carrot at the end of the stick. What do you know? I mean, and ultimately, end of the day, I imagine you would agree that if your co-host had come on and your audience would have been like, dude, we missed the real Andrew. We missed the guy that was much more focused and got right to the meat. You would have probably said, look, my job is to please the audience. My job is not to please my co-host. And so I'm going to go, this may not be a good marriage.
I would have threw some wrench in there. I would give a little pushback, and that's the other thing too. So I was having a conversation the other day. The crux of the conversation, the point of the conversation was this. I always say when someone's telling me a story about their side of what happened, I always say, did you ever consider for one moment that you're wrong?
Sure. Always. Yeah. You have
Most
to.
of the time, the answer is no.
That's
right?
unfortunate. That's
So-
another, by the way,
And
that's
that's
another
unfortunate.
symptom
Right.
of people being raised to sort
Right.
of think everything that comes out of their fucking mouth is gold.
Right.
That's why.
So I would have given.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No. So to end that, I would have given a little pushback to what the situation was to get more data.
Okay.
And then from there, bounce it back and forth, where do we go from here, and that kind of conversation.
Okay. Two things. First off, when you were talking about, I'm speaking for them. I'm relaying back a little bit of what they've said to me. So I want to be
Sure.
clear. This isn't coming totally fresh from my own analysis, but I've heard when you say, well, your audience is a mixed bag. I've always been surprised that I have a number of Republicans and right-wing people, because I am so far from that. You just don't know. But
I think your
they'll
honesty
tell
and the way
me-
you are lends to that.
Well, yeah, and they'll tell me it's like, it's not that I agree with your ideas, it's that you're open-minded. And so I will say to them,
You're
it's
objective.
like, Yeah, I'm just like, look, man, I don't have to be right. I want to be right. It doesn't have to be my right. It just someone tell me if I'm wrong about this. There's a guy who wants me to come on his podcast and he thinks wearing masks for the pandemic are stupid. And I'm like, okay, I don't think that's true, but I'm certainly going to enter into that conversation with an open enough mind to go, maybe he knows something I don't. For the longest time, my brother was convinced and remains convinced that there's a lot more to the 9/11 story than there is, than they've given us. And I was never like, I'm not a conspiracy guy. I mean, I do believe there are conspiracies and history shows there are, but I was never like, oh, of course. But I was like, okay, well, show me something. Give me some information. And over time, he's shown me some stuff where I'm like, all right, I don't know what happened, but there is some weird fucking fishy shit going on with that story, right? So I think you've got to be a dogged pursuer of the truth and honesty. I'll give you another example. No, I'll give you that example later. But okay, my second thing I was going to say, I'll save that. Go. You're next. You're up. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so I think the core of it for me now, as it relates to creating content and doing the stuff, the YouTube stuff, is just sharing information that people can benefit from, whether they're starting their own content, whether they're starting their own podcast, just to give them this information is here. And because I come across it, it's not private information, this information. So just giving game back to the individuals who are willing to listen, right?
Right.
Because one of the things that you said in the tweet, the DM, is that nobody knows who you are. And that's great. That's great. So that gives me... Yeah, so that's great in the sense of just like the butterfly grows in the cocoon and all that fun stuff, right?
Okay.
So it gave me the room to grow. To now I feel compelled to share more of my story.
Oh, that's great. So you're ready to bust out of the cocoon.
Yeah. So which is why I'm putting tweets like, yo, David Jaffe, I should have put you're in the second page.
That's right.
Because
it's like David Jaffe, way down at the bottom, bitch. Hey, check it out. No, I'm only fucking with you.
Right.
I don't really care.
Right. So I'm ready to just.
I'm glad that if
Yeah.
it's random chance or whether it's fate, I'm glad that put us in each other's lives for tonight. I'm enjoying this conversation. Are you enjoying this conversation?
I am. And I think a lot of it for me also, just growing in the space for the last 10 years or whatever, is I'm a bit of a rebel. Brooklyn, I'm a loner. I like to figure things out because of course, with the conversation that you kind of
did you just quote Pee-wee's Big Adventure or Pee-wee's the first movie?
I don't know what that is.
You know what Pee-wee Herman is?
Yeah, but I don't know any of his quotes.
Oh, he says, "I'm a loner, Dottie. I'm a rebel." Anyway, keep going.
Yeah,
right.
So with that, with some of the conversations that you had with hip hop about the Black experience, about content creation in the space, and we have different sayings that we adhere to. Some of it is generational. Some of it is because we're still learning how to deal with ourselves in coming up in the space as content creators. So I know we'll get to a little bit of that.
Well, let's talk about that now if you want, unless you want to jump to something. I'm available. That I think the conversation, just so the audience is caught up, that you're referring to is when I was talking to hip hop about it, his thesis and the video he put out, which I thought was a great video, was like, why aren't there prominent Black journalists or Black... I don't know if journalist is the right word anymore. I don't think
I have two answers to that.
Right.
But yeah, go ahead.
But so whether you call them journalists, content creators, communicators about the industry, whatever, influencers, why aren't there more or any really Black journalists that pop up on these pages that he was showing us in his video? He's like, here's all the usual suspects, and all the usual suspects are white, except like one.
Something down real quick.
Right. And so that's where the conversation started. And what I said to him was, the only journalists that I was even aware of that, or at least content creators or whatever, that I was even aware of that were Black folks are Paris, that you were just on
Blessing.
With. Right. And I was gonna say, and the new guy, what's his name? Is it, you call him Blessing?
Yeah, that's his name.
I thought it was his last name.
I think Blessing Jr.
Okay.
what I hear. So you're probably right.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
probably wrong there.
So Blessing and Paris are the two that I hear, and
Right now, yeah.
right now. And then I hear a bunch of YouTube guys, and that's sort of where the conversation went, which is like all these
Weapon Wheel you mentioned. and
Weapon
some other
Wheel,
stuff.
Next Gen
And some other
720,
people.
and
Yeah.
all of that. Hip hop was like, yeah, that's called barbershop talk. And I said that feels, and again, it goes back to at least my perception of it, that when I
Yeah.
hear those guys, and it may have nothing to do, by the way, with the way they're talking, it may have more and everything to do with what they're saying, but maybe
Right.
maybe the very nature of them talking in that way is indicative of a group of people that are hanging out with their guards down. But if Paris goes
Right.
on the mic and Blessing goes on the mic and you guys go on the mic together, or anyone, there's a lot of it is, okay, I'm on stage now. I have to, I not perform, but I have to,
Right.
right? Whereas, and for
Right.
me as a guy who puts such a high premium on currency, on genuineness,
Authentic.
right?
Right.
I respond to those guys more because I'm like, we're just talking. It's a real conversation. And so maybe
But
it's,
we kind of touched on that a little bit.
Who did?
So and I could be wrong.
who touched on that?
We did. So
You
so
and-
said
you
to
and
the
I,
effect of-
or on your show?
so-
Okay.
No, here.
Okay,
Here.
okay.
A little bit earlier, I said that when it comes to the particular demographic, there's just certain things. So the code switching has two pieces to it, right? There's the language variety,
Okay.
and then there's the complete other language. So from English to something completely different.
Give me an example of the
depending on-
completely different. Like, what
Yeah,
do you mean?
so for example, if I'm speaking English right now, and if my sister comes in from out of town, I could start speaking Creole to her because I'm fluent in Creole. If I don't want someone else in the room to know what I'm saying.
Oh, but you
Right, so
literally,
sometimes-
you literally mean another language.
Correct.
Okay, I don't know if I've heard much of that.
Right. So when you look at the definition for code switching, it's linguistics
Okay.
and language variety.
Okay.
So the language variety would be, yo, what's good, fam? What you doing? Yo, what's right?
Right.
So that's a variety of the same thing, but you still understand what the person is saying.
I do. Yes.
So
some of my
so-
callers
right. I
were
do
like,
too.
some of my callers were like,
I
how
do
can
too.
you understand that person? I'm like, because
Right, and
why
to,
can
to
you not?
someone, right, and it's offensive because even one of your callers said, well, depending on what area you are, north or south, depending on the particular country or territory, the variety is different, and it could be so distinct where you may not understand fully what's being said from the north person to the south person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have the language variety, you have the linguistics, and I think that for me, what I've taken away from that when I'm speaking to either Group A here for this particular podcast or whatever it may be, or Group B, another podcast maybe down the line, I assess who I'm speaking with, not just the host. The host is part of what I'm doing.
So when you hear the criticisms of someone like, I'm just
Full disclosure,
Yeah.
when I first met Hip Hop Gamer, still in context, when I first met Hip Hop Gamer, I looked at him and I was conditioned to judge how he behaved.
why?
If we're honest,
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. But I grew up not too far from him. He grew up in East Flatbush. I grew up in Flatbush, the Junction area. So we grew up pretty much almost in the same area.
Right.
So that language variety that people may find offensive or unprofessional or whatever the case might be, I grew up around the same thing. I could just do that like him. But-
Okay. Are you saying he's performing? Or
No, he's not performing. That's the other part I definitely want to share with you. I've been with him at his home. He's the same person.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I've never
Right.
seen anything else but that in him.
But the other part of that too, it's offensive to a lot of people in the industry who he is.
Why?
Because I don't know. They think it's fake. And that's,
So
and
why?
that's the thing.
And this goes back to your initial question about me. Then, not I want to turn this into about me, but I'm the bad
No, we can do
guy.
that.
I'm the fucking bad guy. These motherfuckers, right?
And I think
Come
and,
on.
And the most interesting part about that is they're missing such a blessing, because if I took you at face value, whatever that means to the world,
Yeah.
Same thing for Hip Hop Gamer, whatever that means to the world, we
Yeah.
kind of know by this point, by now, I would lose so much wisdom.
Yeah.
Because I've learned so much from him and I've learned so much from you that I wouldn't have gotten that fast because I judged him.
Right.
or you,
Yeah.
right?
No,
And I think that's the danger.
I think it's a big danger, and I think it's also just obnoxious on top of it. It's just it's petty, especially what it is too, because I hold journalism. It's such a noble profession to me, and I'm not like I'm not blowing smoke, and I'm like, oh, Jeffy, that's so rare. Of course, it's a noble profession. Anybody who took an 8th grade civics class knows the value of good journalism, and knows the value of supporting journalism, and knows the tragedy that we just went through 4 years where literally the president of the United States is telling people not to trust the media. Think about the fact that motherfucker was so effective that he was literally saying, see these people over here that are criticizing the government? My job is to tell you that they're bad and I'm the government and I'm good. I mean, it's exactly why the press exists. And he got away with it for a lot of people.
For the balance and for the
right.
and transparency.
That's exactly right. He's not the king. He's fucking employee. He works for us,
Absolutely.
But anyway, for me though, yeah, I do hold that profession. I put it up on a pedestal. I think it is. I don't believe in God, but if I did, I would say it's God's work. It's important because most people don't have the kind of power that the people.
That's interesting because you're very philosophical in a lot of things that you say.
Sure.
I'm surprised to hear that you don't believe in God.
Well,
go ahead, carry on.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that. But you look at the number of people on the planet. Most people don't have power. Most people are at the mercy of the people, the very small percentage that control the world. Not like evil maniacs, but in terms of just, for a lot of it's luck, a lot of it's work. Some, even work ethic is luck though. If you weren't raised with a work ethic, it's unlucky. But ultimately,
can you attain it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
But you still have to be in a position where your mind is open to receive that idea of I want to have self-improvement.
So you have to be teachable.
Right. That's right. But ultimately though, people are easily exploited, and journalists are really the last, if not the only defense to protect people, to say, look, man, you're being lied to. These guys are trying to make fucking money. They don't care about you, or the comedian. And both of them have gotten silenced, in the last 10 years. It's like comedians can't commit it. I know it's not a verb. And journalists are now the bad guys. It's like the very people that are there to protect us and speak truth to power are being silenced by power. And we as a society have been brainwashed to believe, oh yeah, we don't want to hear what they have to say. Tell it to me nice. Tell it to me nice. I like it nice, right? I mean, come on.
The new generation of comedians, the flagrant ones, are technically the truth tellers of our generation now. The new ones, the new breed.
Give me
the flagrancy.
Give me who?
Andrew Schultz.
Don't know him. What does he say? What's his gist?
Flagrant 2 is, I mean, he's out there.
Okay.
That whole team is out there in terms of like flagrant comedy.
Okay.
So that's
when you say flagrant, is that another word for like offensive?
It's crazy.
Okay.
It's wild. Yeah,
okay.
It's wild comedy, right?
Okay.
But it's the essence of what used to be.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
And things have kind of like, very nice. And now we have this whole group of the Flagrant 2. It's a podcast, Flagrant 2 podcast, and they're wild boys over there.
Okay,
yeah.
I gotcha. So yeah, I put a lot of value in that profession, and I even have people in the chat like, I don't know anyone would trust the media because who else are you gonna fucking trust? I mean, part of it is a real problem that it's become so monetized. It's all.
But there's some independent ones, right? That are still
but everybody can be.
Yeah,
well, and Dan Rather's still out there on his own thing, and but I mean, ultimately, anybody can be a journalist now too, and so everyone's like, "Oh, did you hear this? Well, okay, did you go to journalism school? Did you get sources?"
Have we defined that for the new age now? So what does that look like?
Well, I don't know if there's a we anymore. I think there are definitely people out there. I saw somebody the other day, and they asked him about why don't you work for an outlet. And he said, "Oh, I'm an independent journalist. I do my own sourcing and stuff like that." It's like that could mean anything, though, right? And again, I think the media has fucked themselves too, because they're so passionate and driven to be the first, to get the clicks, to get the views, to get the money.
So they lack credibility. They start losing credibility over time.
They definitely have put themselves in a number of positions that you can look at and say, you know, you have some grime on you as well. So you're
Gotcha.
not as pure as you need to be in terms of your reputation. But I still would
Gotcha.
say, okay, you're right. NBC News from time to time gets it wrong. They always issue an apology, a retraction, whatever. That's equatable to a lot of people, to left and right politicians that lie all the fucking time. It's like
Okay.
if you're gonna choose one, why don't you choose the one that has less shit on them? But anyway, I mean that's my take. That's my
Right.
take.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I don't know how we got here, man. I don't know
No,
where we
it's
are.
fine.
Siri,
It's
where
fine.
are we? She doesn't even
It's fine.
know.
So this is where we're getting back to,
Yeah.
as I was saying before. It's just the beauty of respectfully raising your voice, right? Because you have a lot of Black creators that are still trying to figure out.
Right. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No. So we're talking. So if the space is for them, if they should still create in the space, if they have what it takes to rise from whatever that is for them, whatever that bar is, to be seen, to be noticed, to be acknowledged for their gifts, their talents, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that it all boils down to when people say, well, where are all the Black creators? Are they speaking up for themselves, right? Are they in the pockets where they can be noticed? Are they doing work? What does that look like? Are they clipping? Are they talking with the individuals who can amplify their voices?
Okay.
Right?
Well, let me ask
and
you
I think
about
that.
Go ahead. You think that
No,
what?
go
No,
ahead.
no. You'll get into your
And
conclusion.
as I'm thinking about it, it's it a lot of it is also esteem, right? Self-esteem, and for me, it's probably I add association with that as well. So depending on who you're hanging out with, they may not necessarily want you to succeed or rise above, right? So I think that you really have to be careful in that space, not just you want to rise above, you want to be heard with everything that you're doing, and your projects are probably fantastic, right? But at the same time, if you're not associating with the individuals that can help you get there, right? Kind of funny, it's not an accident, right? That's a relationship that spanned at least 8+ years. That they believed in what I was doing to the point where if this happens or that happens, we'll make a slot for you and make you available. But at some point, after we do that, you got to start talking for yourself.
So
we can't carry you. Go ahead.
Right. Well, no. Well, here's the question.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot there.
There's a lot there. So, you've got On Kind of Funny, because I think now
Correct.
Blessing, Paris, both are affiliated with Kind of Funny.
That's correct.
Gary Whitta
Paris is a great friend of mine.
Right. Paris, Blessing, Gary Whitta, all associated with
Correct.
Kind of Funny. 3 Black guys. And now you.
Gary is white. Gary
is black. Come on. In his soul. In his soul.
I've never heard that, but keep going. Keep going.
Have you watched the man play NBA 2K1?
I have not.
I have nothing here. I'm just
all right.
Gary's super white. Gary's whiter than I am. But oh my fucking dog. Okay.
Right.
But
That's
the point
so
is though,
funny.
okay, so you've got Paris and Blessing and then you, and if you're saying you're kind of affiliated peripherally with that group.
One time for me, one-time deal, and I would love to go back. That's it. That's
Okay.
what I know.
Okay. So do you think if you feel comfortable suggesting that a lot of people disrespect Hip Hop Gamer because they think he's hang on a minute, I got to see what the fuck this dog is on about.
Sure.
The chat is yours, pal. Go. I'll be right back.
I can't. Let me open the chat. I don't see the chat, but I'll open it up though, for sure. But yeah, we're going a little wild and crazy right now. Hope you guys are doing fantastic. Hope you guys are enjoying the conversation. Let me open up this thing here real quick. We'll get to that. He said the chat is mine. Are you serious? So, but I kind of knew that the intensity of this conversation was going to be what it was. So I'm not necessarily surprised that this is where we are with the conversation, which is fantastic. So hope you guys are doing well. I see Ethan. Okay, I see conversations surrounding politics. I'm good, man. I'm good, Rob. Good to see you. Been enjoying the convo. I haven't heard you until today. I mean, and it happens, and it happens. It's good discourse. I appreciate that. But yeah, I've always had a lot of respect for Mr. Jaffe. So this is fantastic. So thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it.
Many apologies. I'm sorry. The
No, it's all good.
dog's
It's
out
all
of his
good.
fucking mind, man.
It's all good.
So here's what I was going to
we're
ask,
back.
though. Okay, so they think hip hop is performing, or they think he's not genuine, or he's unprofessional. Let me
He
ask
is a
you.
performer, but he's not performing. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so is it a fair observation, or is it a fair thing to say that Kind of Funny has the only black journalists that are prominent are on Kind of Funny, and neither of them, they're both very, what I think some people would go, are they code switching? Just like you look at hip hop and say, is he performing too far
Right.
to that vernacular you were talking about, which I think is called
Right.
like AAVE is what it's called.
Yeah, I remember you pulling that up
Right.
on the stream when you did that. 'Cause
Do
I
you
watched that
think
stream as well.
Paris? Do you think Blessing? Do you think you? Because you do know
Okay.
the audience that you have to
I'm
appeal
guilty.
to.
I'm guilty of code switching.
Okay, why do
right?
you do it?
And when I think about what it is for me
Yeah.
is speaking to demographics as we talked about earlier, understanding that it has two components, not just the language part of it, but the variety of the language part of it, right? And because I'm aware of that, and I want to hear, I want the listener or the viewer to hear everything that I'm saying. I focus on that to make sure that everything that I say they understand, right? Because if we go back to that particular caller that says that you asked, but do you understand what he's saying?
Right.
And because some people will check out because of a particular language variety. I understand that. So understanding human behavior, I use that to my advantage to make sure that whoever I'm speaking to, whatever stage, you're going to understand what I'm saying, because I already did my homework on who's here. Whatever that group is, I've done my homework. I think that's important.
It's a dilemma. It would be a very big
So
dilemma.
that doesn't answer your question, though. That doesn't answer your question.
Well,
The question
it answers
is,
it a little
I
bit when
don't-
it comes to you.
Right, but it doesn't answer your question about Blessing and Paris.
Right,
Okay,
right.
so Blessing, I don't know.
Okay.
But Paris has always been like that.
Right.
Whatever that is to you.
Okay, so when
right?
you get off the mic right now, and let's say
Right.
your best friend is in the room after this,
talking, right.
are you saying the version of Andrew that he sees is noticeably different than this version?
Not that much.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Because
Not
I,
that
you know,
much.
you
But
know,
if we're lacking, if we're cracking jokes, if we're laughing, if we have inside jokes, there's just different gestures, different vibe, vocal tonality is different, inflections are different. You
Yeah.
get a little looser, right? You get more tribal according to if the person has the same background as you. If they're from Haiti, then you have a different vibe with that. If right, you're so there's different.
but okay,
components
so
that go
then
into it.
there's a guy in the chat, Stilren, who's been with us for a long time. I appreciate it, buddy. He says, I would say that Andrew has the same idea that the caller had last week, or one of the callers, that was saying code switching was professionalism. And so, I mean, I guess you could label it that way, but I guess
And
I would
are you
push.
looking down on the fact? So my question always comes with, and I don't like hold that as something that is going to be such a weight that I carry around,
You
right?
don't
I
hold
understand.
what?
So for example, for me, there's just a lot of things with human behavior that a lot of data has shown that I can make a particular decision on something and know that's going to work out to my favor.
Okay.
Exactly what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
So I don't hold it as something I'm going to disrespect the person that actually does the switching of the variety of their language or switch the language altogether to get something that they want. Typically, that's what it is. They're trying to get something. Typically.
But it's not.
At least that's.
But it's not honest.
But it's not that it's not honest. I look at it as the fact that you can discern what that is. I count it as wisdom.
I would count it as wisdom if you come.
So for example,
I would count it as
so-
wisdom as if you come at the beginning of every one of your shows and say, the version of me is the version that you need me to be, so I can do my best job for you. If you're upfront about it, sure.
I'm going with you, and then I'm going to say this. So even for me, on whether on stream or on podcast, I've said that I know that there's aspect of my personality that I haven't necessarily shared, because I'm still trying to learn how to be as public as possible, even though I want to be private, right? So
Well, I don't know
part
what,
of that,
I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
for example, it's easy for me not to reach out on social media and say, hey, I'd like to collab with this person, that person. If I don't want to be seen, right? I could just stay where I was. But I want to be seen.
Okay.
But to be seen, you need to get out of your comfort zone.
Oh, right. That's right. That's right. And your comfort zone is not being seen. You'd prefer not to be seen, at least. But you really want.
But that doesn't.
You obviously want to be seen, or you wouldn't be doing what you do.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then on top of that, it's like the platforms that you decide to go on, depending on if they give you the opportunity to do that, that magnifies whatever you were doing before.
That's right.
So now, what do you do, right? So I think that if, depending on the individual that's looking at this code switching stuff, however they're looking at it, can you say that the person that's discerning that, can you count it as their whys in their where they travel? For example, depending on the neighborhood that I'm in, whether I'm in California or whatever, if I know that there's a particular area that is gang related, I'm not going to wear their colors. Why would I do that? Doesn't make sense. I wouldn't wear blue for whatever. I wouldn't wear red or whatever, et cetera, et cetera. I know that if that's the area, and then depending on what I have on me, if it's a chain or different things like that, if robberies happen on a regular basis in that particular neighborhood, why would I go with my best stuff wearing the colors I'm not supposed to wear? Whether I think it makes sense or not, I'm not going to do that. So I think the discernment factor when it relates to the code switching thing, and I know people like look at it in a way that, well, you're not being your authentic self. How do you know I'm not being my authentic self?
Because you're telling me.
That's not necessarily true. And I think that
are you saying you're lying?
No, what I'm saying is that as we're analyzing the individuals or the areas that we need to go in, as I gave the example with the gangs, we're just very aware of the environment that we're going to be in, and we discern that environment. Again, for me specifically, I want people to hear what I'm saying.
Right. So here
that's my end goal.
I understand, and here I think is the where that battle rages, because what you're saying is very practical, and end of the day, correct, you will probably achieve your goal a lot faster than I will achieve my goal, because you are saying the rules of the game are such, and if I don't take that into account, or you're actually saying the rules of the game are such and I can take those rules into account to better serve my end goal. Whereas
or dismiss them.
Well, but ultimately you would do either because you want to serve that end goal. Whereas I look at the rules of the game, and if I don't like the rules of the game and I think they're unfair, then then I get mired in the mud of the righteousness of that battle. So
right, but even in the context of this conversation, you can't say that I haven't been authentic. Can you?
I'm only basing.
I mean, that's a direct question based on.
Yes, the answer is yes. Okay,
talking.
The answer is yes. I can say you haven't been authentic then.
Okay,
because you literally said I code switch.
Okay, but how is that not authentic if I'm discerning the audience that I'm speaking to, but yet still being me?
Well,
so how is that not authentic?
It is authentic when I asked you point blank. When you started the conversation, they had no idea if you were code switching. So if I wouldn't have asked you the question or the topic hadn't have come up, would you have offered it freely?
Absolutely. It's part of my notes.
Oh, okay. So if I go back and listen to a podcast from you from a year ago, every podcast in there says, I just want to let you guys know I'm adjusting.
No, I'm talking about the notes for this show.
Okay, well,
I wrote that in the notes for this show.
Okay.
Because I know that's a hot topic that you guys are talking about recently. And it's important to talk about.
Okay, so then this is where the ideologies buttress up against each other. And I again, I'm not saying what you're saying is moronic or dumb. I get it. Like if somebody said, Jaffe, here's the deal. You absolutely have to achieve your goal or your kids will starve. Then I don't care. Your way is a much more effective way to do it, right? In the short term. In the short term, like you'll get that goal, your kids will eat, and that's all I care about, right? But given that I'm not worried about my kids eating, I want to fight a bigger battle, right? I want to fight the battle that says, are you right that that says, yeah, you're right. If you walk down a dark alley and you're wearing your best clothes, your best jewelry, your best whatever, and you get robbed, you don't deserve to be robbed, of course, but don't be a fucking moron. Don't go into Crips territory wearing blue, right? If that's still a thing. I don't know if that's still a thing. I went to USC and it was all around us. It was blue back in the day. And if you want to have your highest chance of success in the short term, that's absolutely right. But to me, the goal that I feel is more valuable in the long term is to fight the fight that says, I should be able to walk down any goddamn alley I want.
I agree with you.
And if I'm a woman, I should be able to walk down an alley in the worst part of town, not wearing a stitch of clothing, with a sign that says, please.
And be totally fine.
Not only that says, please accost me, and she should be totally fine. Because people should be better. And the only way we can get people to be better, hip hop should be able to go out into a gaming convention and work as hard as he does and grind as hard as he does and and be like, I get to be here just like everybody else. And so do I agree with you? And look, I'm not a black guy in America. So I certainly, if I was in your shoes, maybe I would have been conditioned. I'm not saying you were, but it sounds like maybe it would be an accurate statement to say, you play the hand you're dealt, and it's not a good hand or a bad hand to be white or black, although in America you'd probably rather be white than black, because I do think we're a fundamentally racist country. We're not a bad country, but I think there's systemic racism. If you're a black guy, maybe you do go, look, man, that's all great, but I'm trying to do something with my gift. This is me putting words in your mouth.
Correct.
I have a better chance to express
I understand what it is, right.
Right. And so if I have to sort of play the game a little bit, but the world gets to appreciate what I think is fucking awesome, then I will fucking do that.
There's a game to be played.
There's also a game to be tipped over and throw the table and the pieces on the floor and say, I'm not doing it. But that is also coming from a very privileged place of a white, straight, cis-normative guy.
Understood.
So,
and full disclosure, I love the game.
Okay, I don't.
I love it.
I don't love it.
I love it. And what I mean by that is I love learning what the nuance is,
right?
Mastering that, and then being on the other side of it.
But it's insulting. The game is insulting.
It's in any industry. So are we widening it, or are we specifically putting it on
life?
Okay,
life.
Fair enough.
It goes back to high school. It goes back to junior high. It's if you don't fit in with the popular kids, if you don't toe the line, your life is going to be harder. And it becomes a question of, but what if my gift, what if my essence, what if my voice is not towing the line?
Right.
Do I deserve a less quality life?
It didn't make me popular, and I know you're not saying that, but I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah.
It didn't make me popular, but playing the game and failing a lot at the game, we're kind of past the code switching, if that's what you're still hearing here, because I'm not talking about that.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about in general.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. I'm just to the listener and to the person who's doing laundry and whatever they're doing. We're past code switching at this point. So it made me better because I failed a lot to understand how the game was played, specifically for this industry, but even as a whole, understand human behavior when I'm out and about in the world, right?
Yep.
That made me really good at, interviews, made me really good at going to events and talking to PR. And I think I'm grateful for that, right? But the game has to be played somewhere. Go ahead.
Well, no, what I was going to say is, and it's why I put honesty at a premium, in the sense that I even make it clear that I'm coming from a place of privilege. I'm coming from a place of racial privilege, of sexual preference privilege, and to some extent, financial privilege, right? So I'll give you an example. I had a company reach out to me the other day, and they said, we're interested maybe in having a conversation with you about, we want to take on the big games. We want to take on The Last of Us. We want our God of War. We're willing to spend a lot of money. We're willing to maybe potentially hook you up with the teammates that you want. And I don't know. I've always said if I go back into games, it'll be because it's got to be the exact right thing, right? And for a brief shining moment, that was the exact right thing. But then I was like,
Are you going back?
No, because it's a Chinese company. Right? And
Are you going back ever?
Maybe. Maybe I'm on. I just took a position on the supervisory board of movie games, so I'm still kind of in the world. But I might go back. But it's a Chinese company, huh?
I'm interrupting you on purpose. Do you still love it?
Love what?
Love the gaming space.
I love games. I love games more than I ever have. Do I still love making games? Not as much as I love what I'm doing right now.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, I mean, but again, that it would depend. If somebody said you can make a game with Shannon Studstill, you can make a game with Nick Conanellis, you can make a game in this genre with this kind of money, with this kind of support from the publisher. Okay, then that maybe becomes an interesting conversation. But I don't love it enough to go pound the pavement in order to make a lot of money to raise to start a studio. I don't love it that much, not at all. Not compared to this, which I adore. I'm obsessed with this, right?
Yeah, this is dope.
Yeah. So, but what I'll tell you though is, so somebody in the chat's like, well, what does it matter if it's a Chinese company? I take real issue with what again, America's hands sure as fuck ain't clean. There ain't at all. But I take real issue with what's happening with the Muslim population in China right now. I take real issue with what's happening in Hong Kong right now with the Chinese government and sort of cracking down on the protest. I take real issue with the fact that these guys are becoming not Chinese humans. I have no problem with Chinese people, but their government, President Xi, Z, however you say his fucking name, is basically a dictator. And if you say shit against him, you get pulled into the police station. They can torture you. They have. 1 million Muslims have vanished into fucking camps in northwest China. And I'm like, it would be like, to me, it's working with the Chinese is great. Who cares? I don't care.
So the morality of it strikes you and you're not.
I don't want it. Let's say I hooked up with this company and we made a game and we were so fortunate with their talent and their resources and our talent, we made a big hit. And suddenly the tax money is going to this government that is killing people simply because, or putting people into camps, re-education camps, simply because they don't like their point of view. And my creative work would be going to support that indirectly. I couldn't do it. But the point is this, the reason I'm bringing it up is that's a place of privilege. That I can say that. That's financial privilege. So I want to make sure when I speak, people understand. A lot of people would just say, they would say that and stand back and get the kudos. What I'm saying is, I'm financially fortunate enough. Some of it's hard work, a lot of it's luck, that I am able to turn down such an offer.
Right.
And I think that's important as well, because so much of both sides, the left and the right, stand on these pedestals of righteousness, but end of the day, I don't fault you for saying the way I'm going to make my mark and the way I'm going to have the best life I can is I want to learn the game, master the game, and dominate the game. But I also don't.
Would you say there is a game? I think you did say there is a game.
There is a game. I mean, there's a game because there's fear. There's a game because there's no social safety net in a capitalist society. There's at least one that's meaningful. There's a game because we are fundamentally greedy, and underneath that greed, we are fundamentally scared. The greed comes from the fear.
What about the PR game?
Of course, I hate the
Black
PR
creators
game.
versus.
What's that game? Talk to me about that.
So let me think it out for a second, and then we can roll into it.
Okay.
Okay. So I think that, could be wrong, that creators of color have it tougher.
When you say creators, just so we're clear, you mean like YouTubers, or do you mean like an artist?
Yeah, YouTubers, podcasters.
Okay.
Trying to reach out to get a game, get a this, get a that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think that creators of color have a tougher time.
I imagine.
To get the rite of passage to whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that the game, whatever that may be, has to be played in such a way where you're a saint, to get the gates to open for you to get whatever that opportunity that you're trying to
give
get.
me an example of the opportunity.
I'll give you an example.
That a black creator, if the black creator doesn't
this is extreme
as a saint, I just want to make sure I'm getting my question correct. If a black creator doesn't present as a saint, what opportunity might pass that individual by?
So attending certain events, having access to certain events, more concentrated during the time that hip hop was saying when he was coming up, 2007, 8 to maybe like 12, 13.
Okay.
That concentrated time was a little bit different than what we have now. It seems like there's more creators taking the helm of creating their own brand.
Goddamn right.
Whether
And
that's on
that is brilliant. I
Changed
love
everything.
that. And not only that, you know, look, you think Sony's calling me? You think, as much as I love Scott Rohde, who loves PlayStation, I haven't picked up the phone to call Scott. I'd love to have Scott on my show. There's no goddamn way Sony PR.
So that's broad.
But the
didn't
point,
answer your question.
But
I will answer your question.
Okay, the point though that I'm making is that and I think Colin has proved this. I think some of these guys I listen to on YouTube are in the process of proving this as they grow. That
Right.
PR used to think they held the keys to the kingdom, which is, oh, well, you don't get to interview Neil Druckmann if you don't cross our checklist.
And we felt that.
It's like motherfucker, we don't need your access. What we need is a connection with our audience.
Now. We don't need it now.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. We don't need it now. But back then, the time frame that he gave, I think, 2007.
Oh, absolutely.
12,
yeah, because you were magazines.
We needed it then.
100%.
Right.
100%.
But the game that we're playing to make sure, and I think game, I use that loosely because after a while you understand how things work, right? So for me, the approach that I've taken in the last, I would say 5 to 6 years is as long as I know the person that I'm talking to and I'm more concerned about them rather than the table spread that they have in front of me, I've always been able to get the opportunities that I wanted, right? But prior to understanding that, one particular company, it took me 2 years to even get on their radar after emailing them for 2 years.
Which company?
Right? I can't.
Why?
I can't.
Are they racist?
I can't. I think.
Let me ask you this: if you were white, did they know you were a black guy?
I don't know.
So it may not have been that. It may have had nothing to do with that.
It may not have been. I'll share this with you because I think it's relevant to the entire conversation. I'm
so sorry. I got to let my other kid.
The doggy?
No, my kid's at the door. I'll be right back.
Gotcha. No problem. So let me write this down so we don't forget where we are here. Secrets. That's the next conversation. We're about to talk about secrets. I don't like to, let me go back to chat real quick. Chat, you okay? Chat, okay?
So you're talking about the company, right?
Right. So yeah, I'm not talking about the company specifically.
Right, but yeah.
But I am talking about the context of the conversation. So 2 years plus, reaching out, nothing, reaching out, nothing. And finally, something happened and boom, just gates open.
Okay.
But my thing is, when it comes to stuff like that, and I think it's important for you to know this, because I appreciate everything that you're doing, even right now. Mm-hmm. Keeping secrets, I did that when I used to work for the government, right?
And I'm confused. That statement threw me for a loop.
Yeah. So
say it again.
So keeping secrets used to be something I had to do when I worked for the government.
What did you do for the government?
I had to do a lot of administrative work that I need a secret badge for.
If I were to say the word toolbox, would it cause any change to your polls?
Nothing.
So
like that.
You've been successfully deprogrammed. Good. I'm glad.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic. And the reason I bring that up is because when you're either in an industry like that, if you want to call it that, or even leadership in a church, which I've been for some time, there's a level of discretion that you have to use when you're sharing information. Even though you want to share a lot of names and different things, you can still share the lesson and still get the point across.
I understand, of course, but I also understand that the audience likes gossip, and I like gossip, and so I
absolutely, and I totally understand.
But that said, talk to me about the lesson, because you're saying this company took 2 years to get back.
Right, and the lesson was you still have to watch what you say, even though you're not getting the opportunity you think you're supposed to have when you're speaking about things on social media. Right. I think too many times, a lot of creators, whether you want to say YouTubers, podcasters, whatever they may be, person trying to get a review code, whether you're on a GG website trying to apply for a code, whatever the case might be, you shoot yourself in the foot because you want to have conversation on a platform that all of these companies are watching. And you think that just because you're on the platform and you have a voice to say those things and your voice is untrained because you should be quiet, you should take a break from social media and not talk about those things on social media, because the same company that you're trying to talk to and those individuals move, as you know, it's a small batch of folks. The PR team globally is pretty small. Everybody knows everybody. I wouldn't be surprised if they have their own Discords. Okay. I'm not saying they do.
They probably do.
That kind of vibe. Yeah.
And my response to that is, again, it comes from a place of privilege.
Well, from your standpoint, exactly.
From my standpoint, my response to that is shame on anyone who does that, because here's why. Because ultimately, the power they think they have, I want you to think about something. You can, and I'm going to use this, and I'm not going to use it because it's offensive, and I'm trying to be barbed about it, but it's not appropriate. But you can basically play the game. Let's just call it that for the moment. You can play the game. Okay, if you're hip hop,
you see, it gets sketchy.
No, it doesn't. I know what I want to say, and I'm just like, it's a terrible thing to say, but it's true. If you're hip hop, you can step and fetch it for Whitey if you want to get the codes, right? That's basically what they're telling him. You're not professional. You need to code switch. You need to talk, because you're saying you've been to his house. You're saying that is hip hop.
It's the same guy.
Got it. So you're saying, or they're saying that not a problem, Gerard, but your name is Gerard. It's not hip hop, gamer. Put the belt away, put the chains away, put the yo away, and maybe you will get a code to Assassin's Creed Odyssey, right? Now, that's what you're saying, correct?
Go on. I need a little bit more context.
Well, so
go on. In terms of playing the game,
right?
Yeah, that's in the context of that. Yes.
Okay. So what I am saying is the genuflection at the altar of PR is
back then.
I understand. Correct. It's dead now, right? Because think about the fact that you're going to basically take the essence of who you are to some extent and say, I can't show the world that. I can't show the world my gift because I need a code. Right? The number of people, think about, what do you think is going to be more appealing to your audience? Your gift, your essence, your genuineness? Or, oh, look, I got the code for Resident Evil Village 6 hours before 90% of the population.
Yeah,
and now,
understood.
And I saw a guy on YouTube when Fall Guys was the rage, right? And I'm not going to bash the guy other than to say he wasn't charismatic, he wasn't good, he wasn't prepared, but he happened to be playing the right game at the right time. And his numbers were through the roof. And then cut to 2 months later.
The right game, literally. The right game at the right time.
Cut to 2 months later, and he's got almost no one watching him, right? It's about, you're as much of a product as Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Colin Moriarty is Colin Moriarty because even though they've shut him out, people connect with that guy. People go, he got fucked by the system. He got fucked by his friend. His narrative is compelling and it's relatable. Whether or not he did get fucked by his friend, it's debatable who you talk to, but that's the narrative, right? And that's the power. But as long as these guys are, let's just call them content creators, not journalists. Journalists is different. Journalists is different. Journalists have a different.
I don't fight that fight because I'm still learning what that fight is. I know there's this sacred thing when it comes to journalists that are not in front of the stuff.
I'm into the day if somebody said, Jaffe, you're an entertainer when you do this show, I'd say, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I'd say that's right. I mean,
that's not offensive.
It's not offensive. But what I'm saying is I don't consider myself a journalist, right? A journalist, though, if the journalist has to play the game to get the data, then it's like being a spy. It's like you were saying, working for the government. If your job is to get the data, is to get the briefcase filled with top secret information, you do whatever you have to do. But if your job is to be the audience's connector, then you think the audience is not going to come back because I get a review code early. maybe if that's all I ever do, that's my shtick, fine. But ultimately, that's not why people connect with people through the TV screen or through the television
Right.
monitor. It's because there's a sense of they see me and I see them, and
Right.
we are
There's
right.
a level of vulnerability there that you guys share
And
over
you
time as you
don't
mature together.
need PR for that.
You don't need PR for that
Now.
Now.
That's right. That's right.
Right. Right. So we're not disagreeing.
And we'll be back.
Right.
Let's talk about God.
All right.
What,
All right. Where do you want to start?
Well, I mean, you're the one who brought it up. You seem to think it was strange
Yeah,
that I can
'cause
be
I asked
philosophical.
Episode 292, I asked you what the meaning of life was, and you were like, specifically, which angle do you want to take? You want to take the super philosophical, or do you want to go to the spiritual thing? And I think we kind of talked about that. I mean, basically on that front, it's no secret to many individuals who follow my stuff, and that's really nobody, that they know that I'm a believer.
A believer
I
in
love
what?
Jesus Christ, Christianity. I'm a Christian,
Why?
right? And I think that it's just the experience that I had 97, 98. It's just you kind of get this awesome experience that God is speaking to you, and then you start learning about it. I think it's an experience that we wish that everyone has, and I think that from whether you want it to be exclusive or inclusive, that's the conversation that divides everyone, right? Why would God pick you and not somebody else, right? And I think you start getting into the weeds of those kind of conversations. So I don't
think that's why a lot of people are. I'm sure some people divide on that.
Divisive. A small percentage.
I don't divide on that. If somebody said to me, God talks to me, and God wants you, David Jaffe, to know X, Y, Z, and X, Y, Z turns out to be accurate consistently, I'd go, sweet, I'll go to Andrew. Andrew's got a line to God. I don't need him to have picked me or them to have picked me.
Right. And I don't over spiritualize it like my brothers and sisters in the faith do. I know my experience. I know what happened. 97, 98.
What happened?
I was at a conference.
Yes.
I was at a conference.
What kind of conference?
And it was like a multi-level marketing conference at the time.
Okay.
Maybe Amway Quick Start at that time. And preacher was preaching, and he
Why was there a preacher at a conference for marketing?
Because one of the speakers was saved, and I guess he was an ordained minister.
Okay.
So it fit into the program that the Sunday, so they'll have a leadership from Friday into the weekend, and then Sunday is the service, and then they do like an altar call during the conference.
Okay, so there was this experience you had in 97, 98. You were swimming already in the waters of religion and spirituality.
Right. It was a business. Right. It was a business convention, but at the same time, they were very much believers.
Okay, got it.
And they had one of their ordained super gurus in the business to preach the message. Okay. And then the message was brought that Sunday. And I was seeking anyway. I mean, I grew up Catholic. Yeah. I've always believed that there was more to us than just us.
I 100% agree with that.
Yeah. So I always wanted to seek more. There's a lot of things that took place in the Catholic faith that I didn't understand. For example, if Jesus is risen and he's no longer here, why do we still have him on a cross? That didn't make sense to me. So that's actually the crucifix. It's not a cross because he's still on it, but why is he still on it? I don't need to remember the suffering. I need to remember the victory because he's no longer on the cross. Okay. Right? So that didn't make sense to me. The other thing that didn't make sense to me was, why are we using Mary as a mediator? Yeah, I understand the Immaculate Conception stuff. That's great, the way Jesus was born, but why are we using Mary as the mediator if Jesus was the one that did the sacrifice? So that didn't make sense to me either from the Catholic standpoint. So when I started learning from the Baptist standpoint, which is super Baptist, theologically astute Baptist, word for word, seminary type Baptist, those guys, then a lot of that stuff started making sense to me. I went to seminary for a little bit, Boys College, which is in Louisville, Kentucky, which is the same area as a Southern Baptist Theological Seminary.
Yeah, my mom was
That's
Southern
where-
Baptist before she converted.
Yeah, that's where that is. And I went hard. I went hard in the paint. Was learning a lot about the faith. But what was turning me off a lot of it was the tradition aspect of it. Whether I needed to wear a suit, suit and tie every week
Right.
and stuff like that. I didn't understand. Like, if God looks at my heart anyway, I understand that you want me to be presentable, but a suit and tie is not going to make God look at me any different.
Okay, so you'll
than
play the game for
someone-
Greg Miller, but you won't play it for Jesus. I understand. Keep going.
Oh my God.
Gotcha. Understood. Keep going.
Right. So then so I went hard.
He's
in
a
the
he's a
paint, and then-
charismatic guy, man. I get it.
He's a
I get
cool
it.
dude. He's a
yeah,
cool dude.
he is
He's
a cool dude. He's a cool dude.
So continue to learn about my faith. And one thing I didn't necessarily add here, I've been married for 2 decades. The reason I ended up in the South anyway was the fact that I was rebellious against my mother's rules. So she thought it'd be better to send me to Georgia for a while, that I would see a bigger picture. And that's where I ended up meeting my wife.
Okay, that's nice. That's
And
good. That's good. That
2
worked out.
decades later, that worked out. 2 decades later, we're still married and stuff like that. So I don't consider myself a hardcore believer.
But what
I
happened in
believe-
97, 98 that was this experience that was so
Yeah, my heart just changed. I just felt that I was a different person. So typically the theological concept is the wrong word in this regard. The theological experience that takes place when it's explained is that the Holy Spirit comes into the believer's life, right? The Holy Spirit is a person. So now you have a person talking to another person. Prior to that, the individual, just me, I'm doing whatever I want to do. But when the Holy Spirit comes in, the other person frames the DNA of this new believer until they get out of here. Now I have
you
somebody
mean until
speaking to
they
me
die?
until they die. And
Yeah.
right. So now I have another person speaking to me to make decisions where I think a decision would be stupid or didn't make sense. But later on, I figured out, okay, so this decision was made because I didn't need to go this way. Sometimes, I'll be driving, make a left, don't make a right today. And then you find out later there was a crazy accident that happened in that particular
Sure,
intersection.
but
and stuff like that.
why is
So-
that? Why is the I agree with all of that, but why is attributing that to something that, by all intents and purposes, is magical from the outside? If you were an alien,
From the outside, it is it is definitely magical.
But
And then-
hang on. But there are logical explanations for that. There are psychological explanations for why you get to a point in your life where enough has happened to you that you are open to receive those sort of internal subconscious whispers from yourself.
design, by design and by rebellion, not necessarily, theologically speaking, because as you study and learn that by default we're not going to be good, right? Because they attribute that to the original sin.
Yeah, but aren't you basing your defense of religion off of a group of tenets that are fundamentally religious? I mean, if you're saying the faith demands this sort of thought, and that's because I think that
No, I'm not saying that in that particular context that the faith demands a particular thought. What I'm saying is once this experience takes place, because there's 2 sections of it, right? There's the Old Testament and the New Testament. So the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed. They have that whole
is
that
the
whole thing.
reboot.
Yeah. So once
It's the Snyder cut, baby.
Once you become a believer, then you're not subject and chained to those laws anymore because of the work and the sacrifice that Jesus did, which he was the perfect sacrifice.
Okay, but
and the
you're
blood
okay,
sacrifice
but,
to
but you're in the
believers.
weeds, baby. You're telling me about the story.
Tenet and theological,
I don't. What I'm
So-
saying to you is, as a fellow human,
right?
and you're saying I turned left
me.
instead of right, or
Right.
I heard I my heart opened, I changed.
or certain dreams and
Right,
and,
all
and
these
experiences and right.
All of those things, though, are easily explainable, and they're no less dramatic, they're no less powerful, they're no less important. But you can explain those things with psychology, with physiology, with other sciences. Why are you so willing or able to say, to ascribe the existence of those experiences from something that by all other views, if you weren't born on Earth, would be people believing in fantasies like Tolkien.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it's and I totally understand your question.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it all goes back to the one thing. It's the experience that happens to the believer from that point prior to the way they were. And I think that's what happens. Once that experience changes the life of from the unbeliever to the believer, the experiences that they have magnifies into things that like self-awareness changes,
Okay.
Their gifts are amplified, and et cetera, et cetera. So
Okay, so if
down the
you're a
list of that
believer,
stuff.
you would say
Correct.
a believer and a non-believer, the believer's life is
The
objectively
believer's
better.
aware. No.
Your gifts are amplified. You get
your
told
gifts
whether
are
to turn left or
amplified.
right and
Right,
avoid an accident.
and I know on the basic level, yeah. So that's, but I think
So God
the
loves you
whole-
more then.
The rain of God shines on the just and the unjust, but in terms of the sacrifice that is accepted,
it may not, because if you're basically saying that God came to you in your heart and you didn't have anything to do with it, God chose you.
I specifically also said that I was seeking at that time, and even learn. So the interesting part about the experience as well as the doctrinal things of it, you learn more about the experience with the doctrine, right? So what's interesting about that as well, theologically, is the fact that you're seeking, partly because God is seeking you. That's the theological
He's seeking
sections of
individuals
that. You.
or everyone.
He's seeking those he is seeking. So I know there's certain sections.
Is God all powerful?
Go on.
Well, there's a lot of things that, that get explained away that, oh, he's all powerful, you just don't understand. And it's like, okay, I get it to an extent.
Yeah,
I get the fact that there are things I do that my dog, because his brain is so small
Right.
compared to mine, he will never understand
And
where
fair
I
to the
go when I
conversation,
step
right,
outside the door. Right?
And fair to the conversation, this is not the end all be all of all things, Christianity related, which is why we're having an open conversation. But what's interesting about the doctrine itself, when we look at the garden, right? You can eat of this, but don't eat of that, right?
Yes, that's right.
So you had the ability to make a choice of what to do and not do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But making the wrong choice was grave, right? In the aspect of everything that was going to happen after. But even though it was a grave choice, if you made that choice, and they did, it gave us everything that we have now. And it almost like a reboot, like you said, at the end with the book of Revelation.
Okay.
Right. So it's interesting that even when you look at it in the beginning, it's like, well, you're not robots because you were still able to make a decision outside of what was given.
Mm-hmm.
So you were not a robot. So even in the process of getting converted, if you want to say that, by way of Christianity, there's still a choice that you're making, but you learn that choice is so overwhelmingly tilted for you to make it in his favor, because that's how beautiful the grace is, according to the great sacrifice that was made, right? And I think that it's like, are you really choosing, or is God choosing for you? But the answer is already shown theologically when you look at Adam and Eve, because they made a choice that was outside of what was prescribed to them from the beginning. So we're not robots.
Think about that, though. Hi.
It's crazy.
No, not just that it's crazy.
Right.
In your religion, when you die...
Faith.
Okay, fine.
Because religiously, I go to church on Sundays, if we're saying that. But faith...
What do you think happens when we die? What do you think is going to happen to you when you die?
You're asking me theologically, or...
I'm asking
because
you.
That's what it's connected to.
I don't
right?
care.
So
I don't care.
believe,
when you go to bed at night, and if your
Right.
wife turns to you and says, "What do you
Right.
think happens when we die?" Or if you have kids and they say, "Daddy, what happens when we die?" What's an honest answer? What do you really think?
I'm scared because I know that there's two places, but the decision that I made as a believer is I'm going to heaven.
So you genuinely believe there's a hell.
by default, correct.
By default, I don't know what that means.
Right, because all of it is theological. Because the reason I'm taking the time to answer your question the way I'm answering them, because a lot of the things that we learn from hearsay, but we don't take the time to learn the stuff from like the seminaries that are actually teaching those doctrines the way they're supposed to be taught. Right.
When you say the doctrines, you mean the Bible.
Right. So,
and you mean the Bible that's been rewritten numerous times over millennia. That Bible.
Yeah. The one that is, you have Greek for the New Testament, Aramaic, and for the Old Testament, and a lot of it is literal. When you read it, there are versions that are better for understanding.
But it doesn't concern you that there were like religious leaders that got together at various points in history and said, I want this to be in the Bible. I don't want that in the Bible.
So you're talking about like canonizations and the Apocrypha is not in the middle and stuff like that. No, it doesn't concern me because at the core of the OT and the NT.
What's the OT and the NT?
The Old Testament and the New Testament.
Oh, okay.
The information cross references each other, and what typically happens is the things that we're uncomfortable with is the things that we want to dismiss.
Right.
And that's usually right. So I would never tell a story of a guy that has a multicolored coat that I try to sleep with somebody's wife. I would never tell a negative story about myself. And I think that a lot of it we overthink of it from an emotional standpoint of I would never tell a bad story about myself and write it for centuries later to be read by me, right? So when I look at that, that's where I go from the logical perspective as I'm studying and reading and trying to understand the word better. When I'm studying and things of that nature, or when you see stuff like, well, why would you want to tell a story or hide a body or retell a story about a body that's not there that you can't find? If the body's not there and you can't find the person, then there must be some validity to that story. To that
Are you talking about
right?
What body? Jesus's body?
Right, exactly. So when you go into whether it's a narrative like that,
you're saying when Jesus was put in the tomb and they opened it, he wasn't there.
Correct.
And then they closed it and he came back 3 days later.
When they put him in and it was open and he wasn't there, he walked around for about 40 plus days, according to the narrative. And there were different individuals that spoke to him. There's one particular account where he's speaking to individuals, be like, hey, what just happened in this particular town? And they go like, what do you mean? You didn't hear what happened? And they were telling the story about himself. Mm-hmm. But at the time, they didn't understand that, they didn't see that they were actually speaking to him until he revealed himself later. And they were like, oh, you're the one. Right. So I think that, so a lot of those stories, when you read them, and you have to ask yourself, would you write a story like that for yourself? I'm never going to write a story where, for example, Uriah, which is my tag, by design, when David was king, or around the time where he was king, Bathsheba, he was watching her take a shower. While he was watching her take a shower, another man's wife, Uriah's wife, he wanted to smash, right? So he found a way to smash and even impregnate. And then he was telling Uriah, yo, go sleep with your wife, man. Yo, go get that. He's like, why am I going to go get that when my soldiers are sitting out here, fighting? I'm not going to go sleep with my wife. I need to be out with my soldiers. So when you see stories like that, I'm not going to write a story about somebody slept with my wife and impregnated her. So I think from the logical perspective, we have to remember that as we're reading these accounts, they're human beings that had great experiences. And a lot of those experiences, we get very emotional because when people talk to us about it, they're trying to force it down our throats. So I
don't get emotional because of that. I get emotional because it sounds like you're in a cult.
It sounds unbelievable.
It sounds like you're brainwashed is what it sounds like. I mean, because on one hand, you can say, I wouldn't write a story about, somebody sleeping with my wife, but the entire religion is built off the idea that basically God had non-consensual sex with Mary. I mean, she didn't fuck him. She got pregnant. He put a baby in her.
Overshadowed according, right.
right? I mean,
very, very interesting. Yeah. Well, carry on.
Well, I'm saying that. Okay, heaven and hell. This is what I wanted to ask you. When you die, you literally think you're saved. You will go up to heaven, right? Correct.
I believe that. Yeah.
Okay, and you believe that. What happens there? Like, what do you do? Are you hanging out? I mean, literally, I'm not being a silly guy. What are you? What are you doing? Are you hanging out with God? Are you going to work? I mean, what happens in heaven?
Yeah, praising Him all day, all night. You know, hallelujah, holy, holy, holy.
Right. What is the life?
You're the life. You have a mansion whose builder and maker is God, and you live the great life. You walk the street that you walk the streets that are paved with gold. You know. Everything that is referenced in the book of Revelation, right?
Okay, so you're saying every day, though, you're saying you praise God all the time.
Yeah, you praise God.
You want that? You want that?
Absolutely.
You want to die and go to a place and all you have. I mean, think about that for a minute. Just think about that.
Yeah, I think that's.
Think about if He's real, or they are real, whatever it is, and
the Holy Trinity. Go ahead.
Okay, and it's like, hey, fella, I'm going to give you everything, but don't eat the apple. Do what I say. Oh, you didn't? Sorry, fuck you. You didn't follow my command. Okay, that sucks. Come to heaven, believe in me, and if you don't, sorry, you're going to hell. I guess Andrew just got lucky that he got the voice and Jaffe didn't.
I don't think I got lucky, man.
Okay, hang on.
The story is still being told.
Let me finish. Let me finish it though.
But
okay,
carry on.
And then, but you go to heaven. Okay.
Correct.
And you're like, this God is so egotistical that He's like, I have all the power. I can do all this crazy stuff, but I need to be praised all the time. Would you tolerate that? I would be like,
I praise Him now all the time. I mean, for all the blessings in my life and all those things, I praise Him now all the time. So,
I'm not suggesting there's not a force out there that might be being incredibly benevolent to us, but I don't think it's.
And I think what happens also with the journey once you become a believer, as far as the Holy Spirit is concerned, the Holy Spirit helps us understand who God really is in terms of how we're supposed to navigate this life, right? And I think that, it's definitely a lot. And I'm not saying that it's something that everyone is going to. I'm looking for the right word here because this is dangerous. Connect with. Thank you. That's a perfect word there. Right. But at the same time,
but that sucks for those of us that aren't going to connect with it.
And I'm not. And the thing is, I'm not excited about by default where I was from my personal experience.
Right.
But I desire that everyone have the experience of becoming a believer and having the Holy Spirit walk with them wherever they go. That's my desire for everyone.
That's the ultimate game, though.
That's God's desire for everyone as well, theologically, according to the text. So I don't look down on anybody. So
when down on anybody either, but
yeah. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying by that is this: is your journey is still being told. You're still here, right? You know. So and the hope for the believer is that everybody gets and receives the gift.
So think about this. You never know what our parents do in the shadows, but I'm under the impression that my father was one of the sweetest guys in the world. He gave of himself. He was kind. He was loving.
Right.
He sacrificed so much for his kids and his wife, and he died at 84 years old. He was still officially Jewish, but he really didn't really know what happened when we died. So he's in hell, right?
Because based on that,
based on you.
I'm going to answer your question.
Yeah, not based on
not based on me.
What do you think is happening to my dad right now, based on what you believe? I don't care about that. I care about what you believe.
Based on the tenets that are written, because
don't give a fuck about the tenets that are written. I'm interviewing you. You're interviewing me.
I understand. So, but the thing is,
if you can't say, Jaffe, your fucking dad is in hell right now, then you don't really believe what you say you believe.
No, but you didn't let me answer. Well, right. So the same the same narrative you just drew is the same narrative I could draw for every family member for myself that didn't believe. I personalize it towards me.
Okay,
right?
fine. So
I think and that's the way the navigation of the conversation should go. It's not a personal attack.
Sure it is.
Right?
My father's in hell.
No, what I'm saying is as we're telling the story, the hope is greater because you don't know if your dad made that decision or not. And that's the other thing too.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure he didn't.
But that's the other thing too. And the reason I say that, and that is the hope, because there's a lot of individuals we think, like for example, someone could say, well, DMX did a lot of that, but I don't think he's in heaven. I'm using a loose example here. But based on a lot of his actions and what we believe, he is a believer, right? So even when you look at the account with the thieves on the cross and Jesus being in the middle, and he says, well, you're going to be with me in paradise, and you're not, right? So we don't know when that decision is made for those individuals, because both of those thieves on the cross weren't going anywhere. They had nowhere to go, right? So they didn't live, they lived prior to that, whatever that they were doing. So my hope has always been, when it comes to conversations like this, is stay hopeful for everybody that you run into. Treat everybody with love and kindness, because you don't know who you're speaking to. So even to that particular context,
why don't you treat everybody with love and kindness just because they're humans and they deserve love and kindness?
You should.
Right.
You should. But I'm saying, like, it's even more of a not necessarily a mandate, but it's even more of a salt of the earth, light of the world, right? Those kind of things for the believer. It's where we're supposed to affect change wherever we go. And that affect change is not necessarily a negative change. It's always a hopeful and positive change. So we lean on that more than anything else.
But
so your question,
yeah, go ahead. Answer my question.
Yeah, the answer to your question is if he didn't believe, yeah.
Right. Think about that. Think about what
it's hard. I'm not saying it's easy.
But not if that's true, right? That people like
that's crazy.
It's no. But if that let me finish. Let me finish. If that's true, if that's true, and people like my dad and the people that you're referencing, where you personalize
my family,
right, are in hell, I would rather go to hell and lead a rebellion against God and kill that motherfucker. Okay? Because if there is a guy who is God that does that, what an asshole. And he needs to be taken down.
And it's interesting. So even with that, and I don't find these conversations emotionally charged, because I've kind of like thought about them. Go ahead. Here's what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Because we have to. It's almost like reasoning the unreasonable, but at the same time, I still need to find a place to have the conversation with you where we can have the conversation again, right? So I think that, right. So whenever I have conversations like this, I don't necessarily feel like I'm being attacked.
You're not being attacked.
No, I'm not saying you are.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, just generally speaking. So as we talk about that, the other part about it too that's interesting, theologically speaking, seminary stuff, that kind of vibe, is that by default, it's like everybody, like a whole bunch of marbles falling out of the sky.
Okay.
Right? That's the picture. A whole bunch of marbles falling out of the sky, right? And you talk about John 3:16, which is the greatest blessing, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son.
Okay.
That whosoever, right? That's the message. So a whole bunch of marbles are falling into the sky, out of the sky, going straight to a place where they're going to melt. So if you have that visual, right? So God says, hey, whosoever. And as they're falling, marbles are being taken away from the fall. So by default, that's the picture. So my thing is, I come in as, I guess, an emissary, if you say, like, if you want to call us that to some degree, or any believer.
Okay, yeah.
Any believer,
yep,
right? Yep. For the greatest message in gospel that has ever been told. Christianity is the only gospel that's ever been told in that light. And it's one of the most repulsive messages for a lot of people based on the conditions of it.
I agree. Right.
I'm not saying it's right.
So you're
And
saying
I'm
that
not
that's
saying
God's plan, but you're not saying it's right. God could very well be an asshole, but that's the way it is.
so. So the judgment could very well be because you didn't listen to me for the first place. Everybody should just go
Well,
from the garden,
Sure.
right? So
Yeah.
so from the garden, it was like, okay, you didn't listen to what I say. So who does he go to? He doesn't go to Eve because Eve ate, right, and then gave it to Adam. Let me think this out in my mind, photographic a little bit. Then he ate because he was with her, and then their eyes were open, and then God was like, "Yo, where are you? Okay, let's have a conversation." Who did he have a conversation with? He had it with the man that he held responsible with the message to give to his wife. He said, "This is the message I'm giving you. Make sure your wife has that message." So they were both independent. They
You
both decided
literally
against,
believe this happened, though.
I do. And then from there, he takes the angel and the sword and he kicks them out. He has a conversation with them. And then there's a sacrifice that goes there, even in the context of the particular scriptures, where it's the first, from what I understand, animal sacrifice that was done in the garden to show that you're not going to cover yourself with leaves and fig leaves and stuff like that. What you're doing is not equivalent to what I'm doing. So my sacrifice is equivalent, and it was a prelude to what was going to happen in the future. So it's a lot.
So God creates man and woman. He creates them imperfectly because a perfect man would listen. A perfect woman would listen. It doesn't matter.
Maybe. Yeah, no, go ahead. No,
well,
follow the thought.
It's circular at this point.
It's words.
Here's the important part. What I will tell you is, and this is why maybe going back to the very beginning of our conversation, people have a certain view of me. I think what you're saying is batshit crazy. I think you're in a cult. I think you're brainwashed. I think the world will be better the sooner we evolve out of the need to explain away things we don't understand and come together as a human species and try to figure out, maybe we are in a simulation. Maybe there is a creator, but it ain't.
Understood.
Okay. That said, though, I don't own the fact that I could be right. I own the fact that you could have experiences that I simply don't understand, and you could be absolutely right. And even if you are batshit crazy, I would defend your right to espouse and believe that. I think you're wrong. I think it's dangerous, but you're a fellow human and you deserve to believe what you believe. And that's where I think people miss. Is that I'm gonna push it.
But they also missed the part where I said that my family also is subject to that.
No, I heard it. That's one of the reasons.
No, I'm not saying you.
That's one of the reasons you're batshit crazy. Is that your family that I assume you love, that I assume
may not have right,
that I assume have been good to you, that you consider good people, that you would rather kiss the ring of a God that says, yeah, but they didn't believe, so they're going to burn in hellfire. That is more powerful to you. That desire to be with that creature, God, whatever, is more powerful to you than to say, you know what? If you're real God, you can go fuck yourself, because my family was awesome. But ultimately, I respect your right to have the opinion.
Absolutely, and
but I'm not.
We're good. Yeah, we're
of course.
Good. We're right. So the thing is, it's a lot, and I'm not. It's a lot. It is a lot.
Here's the question.
So where do we go from here?
Do you want to take some phone calls? They're waiting.
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you log into the Discord? Put yourself in the call-in waiting room, and I will drag you into the call-in show channel.
Let me see.
By the way, for that super chat, thank you, Jared. Jared says, Jaffe, what's the best PlayStation game you worked on, in your opinion? Also, hi, Andrew. Thank you for the super chat. Jared is saying hello, Andrew.
What's happening?
So,
do I need to mute anything? I'm in there now.
I will bring you in with me. Okay, we are in there together. Now, what we should do now is we should mute the Zoom call.
Okay, so let me...
Now we'll just talk in Discord.
So I mute that. Okay, I mute the Zoom call. I did that.
Okay, so now do you hear echo?
I do not.
Can you hear me fine?
I can.
Okay, so we'll bring in our first caller. The best
Sweet.
PS game I've worked on, in my opinion, the best, probably Twisted Metal 2. In terms of gameplay, in terms of IP and world building, probably Twisted Metal Black. In terms of all the pieces coming together to make the most satisfying product for the most people, obviously God of War. I appreciate the question. This is Chad Egoist, who has been waiting a long time.
Yeah, what's up?
You are on with Andrew Alliance. Go, baby.
What's going on, boss?
All right. Hello, Andrew. If you say what God you say it is, how can you prove that he's real? I mean, as a man as powerful as God, or whoever, whatever gender he, she, or they is, why can't they just snap their fingers and show themselves? And God being this powerful, why can't he just fix all the problems in the world? Why do we have to suffer? Is he sadistic? Is he cruel? Why do we suffer for his amusement?
It's a big question. It's also a question that we. So I don't know if we're going to get a lot of God questions tonight, but I guess we can start. I think one of the things that I look at when that question is posed is the things that we see as suffering also was in his time. So if God can snap his fingers, let's go with your line here. Why didn't he come as a hero? Why did he have to come poor and didn't have a place to stay when he was born, right? So I think that when we amplify things that are currently happening in our world, we need to also personalize the thing that was happening in this particular context, Jesus's world, right? We never focus on how he was born and how he was brought up, but we always want to amplify the other things that are surrounding our time, but we never amplify the things that was happening in his time.
Well, what do you mean how he was born, though? He was born, he was in a manger.
He was born in a manger, and he was poor, and he didn't have a place to stay, and they didn't have a lot of money coming up as a carpenter. That's not a lot, right? So the whole narrative of even his life was a struggle, but no one talks about that.
But isn't that more of like capitalistic propaganda? The fact that he was a carpenter and didn't have a lot of money. He was born. He got a bunch of gifts. He got gifts from wise men.
Yeah, he did have gifts that were led by the wise men that were led to his location, things of that nature. But I think that when we're amplifying things of that nature, there are things that naturally take their course, and there are also, we have to be honest that when we talk about supernatural things, me included, we have to say that we don't have all the answers for those things either.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Okay, Chad, does that help?
Yeah, it helps.
Are you on a path? Are you on a path to God now?
Look,
I'm not making.
I can't say. I can't say for certain.
I'm not making fun. Look, here's the deal.
So we're having church tonight. I didn't realize we're having church tonight, but okay.
I thought we said we were going to let it go where it goes.
We did, and I'm so surprised that it even went there. But this is great.
Well, this is why PR doesn't like me, because if Neil Druckmann comes on my show, I don't give a fuck about how long Last of Us 2 is in development. I want to know because I was a kid who was raised Jewish, and I love that he put a Jew in his game. And I want to know what kind of anti-Semitic shit he's had to deal with. I want to talk about that. You think so? It doesn't matter. Sony's not going to, but ask him the safe questions. The point is this, Andrew. Chad and I can't speak for Chad, but look, man, here's why I consider myself a very kind person, because you
don't have to consider, you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Life is insane, man. It's crazy.
I agree.
It's chaotic. It's harmful. It's hurtful. It's scary. It's also wonderful. But it's really fucking, people are just looking for answers. And I think the more
they're looking for hope.
And answers. I'd like to know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, I agree. Both. Right. Yeah.
And so the more we discover things that religion struggles to explain, and the more we become critical thinkers, and the more we are connected over the internet, and the more we hear ideas that go, that doesn't really match up with what these guys were saying back in the Iron Age, the Bronze Age, or whenever it was. I understand why there is a pushback against religion. Chad, is there any other questions you have for Andrew?
Yeah, just one more.
Yeah.
Listen, So when we want to prove gravity, all we have to do is just throw an apple, and we can prove that it's there.
Yeah.
However, there's no tangible proof that God exists. So how do you even know that there is a God? Or how do you know you're even praying to God? How do you know you're not praying to the devil and this is exactly what he wants?
So going back to what I was saying before about experience, right? It's only explainable by the believer's experience, and I think that because we're fallible, when we're speaking to other human beings, they dismiss our experiences, and I'm not above anybody when it comes to that. And I think that the gravity thing is fine, but when you start studying or more abroad how God speaks to people who are not even believers through dreams and things of those things that people actually account, and those are actually their experiences. If we dismiss everything that we hear, then wherein are we going to, where is the ground for, I may not fully understand what that is, but I respect that was your experience. And I think that now there are cultic experiences, don't get me wrong, I understand that, but I think we have to start there. That's how I would answer that.
I hear you, but don't you isn't it interesting that I can respect somebody like you said, I can respect you turn left instead of right. And turning left, that's a basic level example. I know, but it's for the sake of argument. And turning left saved your life, made your day better, whatever, right? There's no doubt you and I can share that was great you turned left. I think where it becomes, people say they push back on believers, like they're like, we don't understand, we want proof, is that there's easier explanations for why you turn left instead of right. And the fact that those explanations are the ones that are thrown away by religious people, and instead they embrace explanations that are so fantastical that if they weren't embraced en masse by society, we would say they were delusional and potentially schizophrenic. That's where I think the communication breaks down.
and I totally understand.
Right. Okay. All right, Chad. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it, man.
Thank you for having me on.
Anytime.
Cheers,
man. Thank you, man. Have a blessed one. Take care.
Let me ask you one more question before I bring in the next call. I'm curious about this. Sure. This fascinates me. The Bible literally says, you'll get a mansion if you go to heaven.
Whose builder and maker is God. Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the words. Yeah. To that extent. Yep.
Is that literal? Like you'll go to heaven and you'll have like a palatial estate to live in, right?
That is correct. That's literal. Yeah.
So I heard recently there was and I don't know what sect are you now? Are you Baptist now?
I'm Baptist.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the Baptists believe about this, but this was a preacher who was saying that horror movies and horror video games are a gateway to allow Satan and his demons into our life and our world. Do you think that's accurate?
I don't know how I feel about that. Here's why. Yeah. So when it comes to things that are visually potentially considered demonic, I typically stay away from it.
Okay.
But I think that there's other things that are demonic that we run to.
Like what?
So whether it's sacrifices or different things that we do to our bodies.
Okay. So I guess where I'm going with that, though, is a question of a lot of people would argue that greed and that mansions and that coveting opulence is probably more of a trait that we don't really want to celebrate than watching a horror movie. But if God is literally saying, hey, I'm going to get you a mansion. If you believe in me and follow my word, I'm going to get you a mansion. Doesn't that seem weird that that's the carrot on the stick? Not happiness, not hope, not love.
Salvation is the ultimate. Yeah.
But you get a mansion. But you get a mansion too, and that's nice.
I think we're more excited about many things aside from the mansion. I think the biggest blessing is the fact that you're sitting there listening to a message, and all of a sudden, while you're listening to the message, your mind opens up. That's actually an account that happens in the scripture. I believe it's in the book of Acts,
Okay.
where you're listening to a message, and all of a sudden, you just all of a sudden open up to understand everything that the preacher is saying, and that you receive it, and that's the experience. That's the unexplainable explainable, right? That you can go on a Sunday. I'm not trying to deal with any preacher today. I'm not trying to hear any message or whatever, and then you hear the word that speaks to your heart directly, and then it opens up for the experience that is
But that's
the Holy Spirit
that's
to come in.
God coming through.
The Holy Spirit to come in. Correct.
Right. And
Correct.
what I hear
Correct.
is I'm not in the mood, I'm not in the mood, I'm not in the mood, and then somebody says something that triggers
You go
a
right
thought
in the
I
middle,
go-
right in the middle.
And I go, oh fuck, yeah, I do want that for my life. I do want that. Good.
I
I
know,
just don't.
right,
I
and
don't
then-
ascribe
right.
it to God, but I understand that you do, and I appreciate that. This
Yeah.
is Ricardo Estevez calling from Portugal. Think about
Ricardo
that. Think about that, Andrew.
Estevez,
Ricardo, you're on, baby. Go.
Portugal.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great.
Good, how are you, man?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Cool. Hi, Andrew. I want. Can I change topics a little bit
Whatever,
and return?
whatever you
Sure.
want to talk about, man.
Nice. Okay.
Everything goes today.
That's right.
Nice.
Is it, hey, wait, before, wait,
I-
hang on, Ricardo, hang on, Andrew. Between
Yeah,
between you and I, isn't this better than kind of funny? Come on, Andrew. Come on. All right, go ahead.
I think we have a good time all around. Man.
Okay, fair enough. I can't wait till you go into politics, Andrew. Okay, go, Ricardo.
Okay, Andrew. I just joined the stream like 40 minutes ago, so I missed a lot of the conversation because this is 6:38 in the morning for me. Okay, so I catch you saying that you were not sure if you were a journalist or a content creator or something like that.
I'm definitely a content
Correct.
creator.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a content creator. In terms of what the word means, journalist, according to the exact definition, I've never looked it up to put myself in that category, but I definitely create content between YouTube and podcasting.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I can answer that because to be a journalist, someone has to basically follow the code of ethics of the Society of Professional Journalists, and a lot of people that call themselves journalists don't do it. So they
Well,
are
yeah, I mean,
not actually
Ricardo,
journalists.
Ricardo is a journalist. He's been in the business for quite some time.
Right. And that's fine.
Yeah,
so
and
Ricardo,
I think you're saying, yeah, go ahead.
I don't take offense to that, and I think that there's a
And you
lot that I
shouldn't.
could learn from. Right, exactly, and I think there's a lot that I could learn from you in that regard when it comes to that, and I'm perfectly fine with being a
But-
content creator.
Me too.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm with you
but-
right there. I'm with you
but-
right there.
But would you like to be a journalist, or would you rather be something else? Because
That's a
I
great
had a similar
question.
talk with Hip Hop Gamer,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think he can qualify as a journalist. Not
Okay.
a lot of people, but I do think his contribution to the community of gamers
Gotcha.
is awesome
Why do you think
Because-
he's not
So-
a journalist?
because it doesn't follow the code of ethics.
What ethics has he
Of
broken?
the-
What code has he broken?
Well, if you accept certain promotions or you accept doing events for
okay,
companies,
that's fair. That's fair. Okay, that's totally fair. So then, by that though,
Yeah.
So-
you would say that none of these guys are journalists. The IGN guys are certainly not journalists.
well, there's a difference between, for example, getting a game is different.
No, but
Review.
going to a party to launch the game or any what how does the ethics get defined then?
Well, I can read you the was basically, let's say, getting hired for a company to promote the game, or getting hired for a company to promote their event, like having Greg Miller doing like a show for EA Play, for instance.
Right.
Did you call the last two shows or something?
Oh, he's always on. Yeah, Ricardo's a regular.
He's always calling?
Yeah,
okay.
He's regular.
So to answer your question, I just want to help people with what I've learned as I create content. That's my passion. And however I can do that, whether that's sharing things to help them create better, whether that's using DaVinci Resolve or StreamYard or whatever the case might be, I want to share information as I get it. So when they listen to my content, they benefit in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, because I think it can actually be harmful for both journalists that people say they are journalists when they are not. And I also think...
So Ricardo, I want to be very clear, okay? I totally respect your position, but I don't think about if I'm a journalist or not when I'm creating content. That's not a disrespect to what you do. It's just that I know
definitely.
Right. I know that when I get on the microphone or whatever, I just want to create the best piece of content possible so people can enjoy that and hopefully, say thank you, which is rare, but
is it
that's
rare?
not why I do
is
it.
It rare? That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not why I do it.
I know,
I do it because I love it.
You're a great communicator.
It's rare.
You would think people would be going.
Yeah, I mean, once in a while you see that on like Twitter and stuff like that, but there's no feedback, emails, or anything like that. Not a lot of people are leaving reviews, but the fact of the matter is, if I did it for that, I would have stopped at episode 10.
That's right. I agree with that. I agree with that. So. All right, Ricardo, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Call back anytime, bud.
Okay.
Was there one more thing?
Keep up the good work, man.
All right, thanks, Ricardo.
Yeah, I was just basically
Thank you, boss.
If I can, I just want to say that when I'm saying this about journalists, I also think that perhaps there's something else content creators can have that journalists can't. That's why I mean it can be harmful for both sides, because I think you guys can do stuff that journalists cannot, and you can be more personalized. You can be more perhaps brand is not the best word, but you can add something different to the gaming community.
So
and
don't go yet.
Awesome.
I want to say this. I want to say don't go yet. How about we compliment each other for the better?
Yeah, I think
that?
I think that would be awesome.
Okay, I'm with you on that.
All right, thanks, Ricardo.
Okay, man. See you guys.
Oh, see you, Ricardo.
All right, be good, man.
I would only just follow that up with saying that. Look, I think there's a wonderful place for Greg Miller in the industry. I think he does a lot of good. No, I'm serious. And because somebody in the chat is going, is Paris a journalist? Right. Well, if you do follow the code of ethics, and again, that's like people telling me, Jaffe, you're Jewish because your mother was Jewish and she converted, and that's Jewish law. I'm like, but I don't consider myself Jewish, so I don't care what Jewish law says, right? So only if you care what Ricardo's definition of journalism is, and I don't think it's a bad definition, that if you want to be a real journalist, not you.
Care. No, what I'm saying
general,
here's I'm just thinking this out. I care because it's important to him.
Sure.
And I think that because he feels so strongly about it, there's no I should be as welcoming to listen to his point of view on it and be willing to learn from him, because I don't classify myself in that manner, and it should be a complimentary effort.
I agree, but I think I think maybe he would say, or what I will certainly say is, and maybe I'm asking you this, or I'm definitely asking you this. Don't you think our society has gotten harmed because the line between facts and opinion has gotten blurrier? Like, if you look at people like Tucker Carlson, his own lawyer said, you shouldn't listen to what he says with the expectation of it being true. He's an opinion guy. He's an entertainer. And I want to be able to know when I tune into someone that calls themselves a journalist or news that they have jumped through hurdles. Whereas if I tune into Greg Miller, or Paris, I don't tune in. I will start, but I didn't really know him that well. I want to tune in because I know his take on games is interesting. His passion is addictive. His knowledge about why people love this medium is powerful. That is
All true. All
right.
true.
That's exactly
Yeah.
right. But so I do
Yeah.
think that there is value in definitions, because I think it's too
Yeah.
easy to believe someone like a Sean Hannity is giving you the
Mm.
facts. Sean Hannity's not giving you the facts. Sean Hannity is entertaining you if you believe what he says, and he's entertaining you if you don't believe what he says. Because if you don't,
Absolutely.
you're still loving yelling at the radio. That's still entertaining. You know what I mean?
I understand.
So anyway, all right. This is the last call of the night. This is Jimmy Gilchrist, who's calling in
Jimmy.
from Connecticut. He's not wearing a stitch of clothes, Andrew. He's not wearing a goddamn
Connecticut.
thing. Jimmy Gilchrist, you're on.
Connecticut.
Go, baby.
Hello.
How are you, buddy?
What's up, man?
Yeah, we're talking about facts and opinions and journalism. And I'm looking at the reviews of the new Resident Evil game. I'm seeing 8s and 9s. And when I seen you play it, Dave, I think it's one of the most terrible games I've ever seen. It's stiff. It's boring.
Okay.
Is that a
Everything
fact? Is that a fact?
Everything is scripted. Everything is.
No, but you didn't answer my question, though. Is that a fact?
I think it's a fact. I think it's an objectively terrible game. And I'm willing to.
It's not a
sit on the
fact.
hill and argue with that. It's a fact.
Right,
It's an objectively terrible
you're
game.
very passionate about how you feel about it based on the things that you like and enjoy, but that's not a fact.
Every time you play the game, it's going to be the same roller coaster from point A to point B, the same basic
Okay.
script.
But that's not necessarily bad,
That's-
though.
But that's not a fact. But what you're saying, somebody else could be enjoying it right now, and they're probably playing it right now
They're drinking
because they
the
love
Kool-Aid.
what you just said.
Their perception of the medium is skewed. They're
And
not.
wouldn't you say that for yourself?
No, because a video game is supposed to be engaging. It's supposed to take you on an adventure, and we're still stuck on this narrow roller coaster.
Okay.
Some Disneyland ride. It's 2021, and we're still playing point A, point B, point C, point D, like
Okay.
the first Resident Evil game back in 1996.
Okay.
And
Would you
I'm
say you're being
wondering
objective?
what everyone else is drinking. It is.
Would you say-
I am. Yes.
You say you're being objective,
I am.
and you're saying what you're saying is factual.
It is.
I disagree. I disagree. You thought about that. I disagree.
Yeah. Oh, he's got to go to the bathroom?
But go ahead.
Okay. Hey, real quick, Andrew,
Sure.
here's my question. I would love to keep talking, but if you got to go here, I got to take my dog out. So there's two options for us. We either wrap it up and say our goodnights, or I go take the dog out for 10 minutes and you run the show. And then when I get back,
You
we
call
keep
it.
talking.
You call it. If you want to wrap,
I don't want to wrap. I could talk for another hour. I go for hours on these things. But you're
Okay.
you're the one who reached out and said, let's collab. We're collabing. So
Absolutely.
do you want to wrap it up and say, James, thanks for the call. Chat, thank you. Well, and all that, or do you want to say no? Fuck it. I'll got the chat, Jaffe. Take the dog out. I'll be back in 10
no,
minutes.
I want to hang out. I want to hang out.
Okay, so I'm gonna go mute. Andrew,
Okay.
you got the show. Have fun, buddy.
So
If
I'm
I
hanging
come
out
back
with,
and everybody's Christian, I am gonna be so impressed. I'll be back.
oh, you want me to preach? You want me to preach to
no.
them? I'll reach
Pull
out.
the plug.
Show,
I'm
it's
a
your show.
Christian.
It's your show.
Come on.
But Jimmy Gilchrist, when he tells you he's done with the call, respect it and hang up, because I can't cut you off. So when he thinks he's gotten his fill and the audience is ready to move on, just go ahead and hang up, James.
Yeah. So
Thanks,
so,
James.
Yeah, talk to me, man. Talk to me. Let me know what you're playing these days. What's on your plate? What do you got going on?
Oh man, I've been addicted to Metal Gear Solid 5.
Okay.
That's the direction I think gaming needs to go into, because
Retired
you play
gamers,
that
what's up?
game pretty much have you played that game?
I played it a little bit, but I didn't get enough playtime on it, and I'm actually a little disappointed I didn't play it as much as I should have. But I think it's a great game. Is that the game in the beginning where you're crawling on the floor or something like that after the hospital?
That part is terrible.
Yeah.
So after you're done with that, and unfortunately, it has like a big, introduction phase. But after you're done with that, and the real game kicks in, it's like, wow, this
Yeah.
is where gaming can go, and it's we're not even close. It's like,
So why do you
regret.
believe that what you're saying about, let's talk about what you were saying before about the ratings for Resident Evil. Let's tap into that a little bit versus how you feel
How I
about
feel.
it based on what you're saying. Yeah, walk me through that a little bit.
I don't see it as how much I feel. It's just what I perceive. See, if you and I were to play a fighting game, say something dynamic
Right.
like Street Fighter 3.
So if I kicked your butt in a fighting game, would you perceive that you won?
Well, no, I could say I did better than I did before.
Okay. Okay.
I don't see how that's any relevant when I'm trying to
Well, I mean, you could say it's a fact that you won based on your perception, but I kicked your butt. No?
Yeah, this is going back how you and Jaffe were saying. If you beat me in Street Fighter 3, I would say that you beat me.
Okay, fair. Is that a fact?
That'd be a fact.
Okay, all right. So here's the thing. I know we're just joking around, just kicking it, whatever. So when I look at game reviews, when I used to, I'll say that. When I look at game reviews, I try to be very objective about what the person wrote, and that's it. That's it. You know, that's their experience with the game, and sometimes they'll love it, sometimes they won't. And then from there, I just keep it moving. There's a lot of games that I may have missed out on if I just focused on what the person said about it. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand. What I'm trying to get at is that we're stuck in a rut. I think our collective mind is just, I don't know the politically correct word for it, but it's disabled.
So is it only the horror games you feel about that with, or do you feel about that with any game that? Gotcha.
Gaming
Okay.
in general. Just, man, I don't understand how these games are getting 9s and 10s. To me, I'd give them like 3s and 4s.
Okay.
Even something like Metal Gear Solid 5, I would give it 7 because it's not all the way where it should be.
Gotcha.
But compared to everything else, it's a step in the right direction. See, have you played the old boomer shooters, like the original Doom and the original Quake and Unreal Tournament?
Yeah, way back in the day. Yeah.
To me, that's how a video game should be. It's a video game.
Okay.
And when you compare it to the new Doom game, that's not a shooter because every 3 seconds you have to time out and do some quick time event to do some fatality on a monster. It just totally interrupts the pacing, totally interrupts the flow. And
do you find yourself playing like the Apexes, the Destinies, and the Warframes of the world?
I never got into these newer games because I feel like they're stat based. They're all about number crunching more than they're about player skills, the perks and upgrades. I hate all that shit. It should just be you, the other player, find the weapons and kill them. Period.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if I could say this is when you're, I know we get very passionate about the games that we play, right? Extremely passionate about the games that we play. I think that we have to, if possible, I kind of like pull back a little bit, because I know that the experiences that we see is we believe that experience is not necessarily something that should get a particular rating, if that makes sense.
Well, it shouldn't get the popularity it does or the money it does.
But what if the game is good?
They aren't good.
Seems I do game reviews. Sometimes I do game reviews. A lot of times lately, I just talk about tech and gaming with my co-host Miss DJM. She's pretty dope. I do stuff with her. I do a lot of tech audio stuff on my YouTube. So if you do youtube.com/Andrew Alliance, you'll find a lot of tech how-tos, that kind of conversation. And then lately I've been doing live streams for the news of the day the last couple of days. So, but that's all I'm saying with that is just, I know we want to be very tough on the reviewer or the person that covered that particular game. I think we just, cut them some slack a little bit. No?
I'm more mad about all the people who spend money and time on these games. I think they're the crazy ones.
money and time in terms of what, the consumer or the developer and publisher?
The consumer spending resources on all these games, these mediocre consumer products. More frustrated with that.
So the game is popular. You think they're doing something wrong that the game is popular?
I think people are doing something wrong. It's their minds are closed and their imaginations are very limited.
Okay.
That's why they find these things appealing. I think they're stupid people.
Would you feel the same way if that was your business? If Resident Evil was your product and you were selling it, and whether it made money or not depended on the review that it got, and everybody said it was stupid and they gave it a 5, and that's your game, and it depends on if it does well or not to get money in your pocket as a business, would you feel the same way?
I would rethink as an artist.
Of course you would.
I would rethink the medium. Because maybe
but thinking the medium, is that changing your business model? What do you mean by thinking the medium? Would you leave the business altogether?
Yeah.
Because you're making so then you would start from scratch.
I would either become a film director, a writer, a playwright to express myself. That's what I would do. I'd say, okay, this isn't the venue for me.
I think you're, based on what you're saying, the sustainability of your business would be very, very low. Do you think that's a fair assessment, or you think I'm just
businesses fail? Maybe.
Yeah, but businesses fail. But if you want the business to succeed and the game is doing well, and whether you get a bad review or good review depends on how the game is going to do, you can't just say, hey, I'm going to flip and change the whole business model. And maybe you have the capital to do that from scratch and start over and be like, okay, I'm going to be a film director now because the game didn't do well. But at the same time, if the game is like a 7 or 8, and 7 or 8 is good in our business, and you want to make money and everybody's loving it, you know what I mean? No? You're still not buying it?
If I were to make a video game, I'd say, hey, people, this is the game we're going to make. This is our vision. It might succeed. It may not. If it doesn't, we're out of business. If it does, great. That's where it begins.
Okay, so tell me a little bit more about Metal Gear, because I didn't get to play it a lot. Tell me more about it.
Metal Gear 5?
Yeah, 5.
Well, it's basically a military sandbox. It's a whole... many, many different things can happen. It can play out many, many different ways. And it's interesting because the older Metal Gears, it was just endless dialogue. I hated all of them. Endless cutscenes. In this, it gets rid of all of that. And it's just gameplay. And you just make up the story as you go along. And the narrative plays for itself. And it just focuses on good, solid gameplay with a lot of choices and possibilities. That's where video games should go.
So describe to me the best game you ever played. And then the other question I have for you is, do you have any family right now that's serving in the military or any branch?
Best game I've ever played,
yeah,
even though I'm not good at it, is probably Counter-Strike. Probably for the aforementioned reasons. Anything can happen. And it's all based on skill. Even though I particularly don't care for that game too much, and I'm not good at it, I still recognize it as one of the best video games ever made. And no, I come from a military family. They've all left or retired.
Did you serve, or are you?
I tried to serve, but I got in trouble in boot camp. I got thrown out. So I tried.
Okay. Can you talk about it, or you can't talk about it?
Well, basically, I got in some fist fights.
Okay.
Some other recruits.
Was it because of a review of a game, or why'd you get into the fist fight?
No, I just boys that fucking fight, they throw down. And one day we were on the rifle range, and they wanted to mess with me. And I'm saying, look, I'm a dude with a rifle. You might get a bullet in your head. And one thing turned to another, and terroristic threats, and they sent me the fuck home.
Okay.
So why do you ask this? Was I in the military or military question?
Because I have family in the military, and I'm always curious.
Uh,
Yeah.
I really don't care much for the military now. I'm
Okay.
30, going on 34 years old.
Why don't you care?
I just see. I despise the government. I think it's corrupt, and the military is just a tool of the government.
Mm.
Basically, you're a Christian, right?
Correct.
There's a part in the Bible. I'm not a Christian. I'm an atheist. But there's a part in the Bible when Jesus dies. He's going through the desert.
You don't know, or there is no God? Which one is it?
Personally, I live my life as an atheist. Jaffe, are you back?
That doesn't answer my question, though.
Yeah, go answer Andrew.
Do you
Well, come on, man.
know,
This
or you don't know? I'm just asking. I'm just trying to understand where you are.
No. This atheist versus the religious shit, this played out 10 years ago when fucking Thunderfoot and the Amazing Atheist and Venom Fang X were making their videos. You know, this debate is old. I'd rather not have it.
It's not a debate. I just asked a question.
Well, this discussion, this dialogue is fucking old.
Okay, so let's go back to Metal Gear 5.
Oh,
Okay.
are we good? Are we done? Are we done with James?
Yeah, we're great. We're great.
All right,
We're
James.
great.
Thanks for calling, buddy. I appreciate you guys entertaining
All
people.
right.
Thanks, man.
Take care, man.
I hope that was good for you, Andrew. Thank you so much for keeping.
He's a good guy. He's
Of
a
course,
good
he's
guy,
a good guy.
man. He's a good guy. He's
all
working
these,
it out.
All these people are good guys. They're just, everybody's
Yeah,
got,
man. And thank you for your family serving, man. That's a big deal. Serving the branches in the military. That's dope.
You're talking to him, right?
Yeah.
My dad was a cook in Korea, but he never went. They killed the war. Anyway,
Yeah.
listen, do you need a drink? Do you need to take a little break? Are you good?
I'm good. Where you want to go, man? You
All
want to
right,
talk
well,
about
I
more
wanna talk real-
industry stuff?
Yeah, let's talk about Resident
Where we
Evil.
wanna
Let's
go?
talk- well, I do want to address James's question and ask you. So, first, just full disclosure. I mean, I played Resident Evil 8 Village, whatever, for the first time. Have you played it?
No, I watched a couple of things and I saw you playing it.
Okay, so I played it last night. It was weird because not weird. It's probably explainable, but I was high as a kite when I was playing it, and
Gotcha.
And that's in some ways that's the best way to watch horror or play horror games because everything is scary as shit in a fun way. Because I don't really get scared in movies and things like that or games. I know a lot of people that are just kind of like. I can't play that game. It's too scary. I'm like, really? But I respect that. So, but when I woke up, and so my experience was it's really scary if you're high. After that, though, my brain couldn't get around recognizing just how standard and tropey it all was. It was like, oh, it's so formulaic that I was just like, I didn't hate it. It's so
linear or
no, I don't care about the linear.
predictable?
Just yes, very predictable. It's very Resident Evil. It's like, oh, get the mask and put the mask in the slot in the door, and the door opens, and now someone's chasing. It's just very formula. But when I woke up and played it, though, it was just interesting because my experience coming out of the stone state was like, yeah, I don't like the tropey shit. I'm not into this. When I played it today, though, it felt more like comfort food. Like when my brain was in a different position, I was like, okay, I know what this is. It's not really very inventive or inspired. There's not a lot of heart there, but it's it's fun. It's fun for what it is.
Right.
It's passable, and it's incredibly well made. And if you love that formula or you're not tired of that formula, I think you would be very happy you dropped.
would enjoy it.
Yeah, you would,
Right.
and I'm enjoying it. I don't think I'm enjoying it $60 worth, but I'm enjoying it. So what I'm curious about though, so you haven't played it, so we can't really speak to that, but
it's beautiful. I've seen it's a beautiful game.
it is gorgeous. Yeah, it's very beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun in terms of sort of that formula executed wonderfully. I think Ethan is a shit character. He's just so fucking whiny. Like literally, it's just like, the whole. It's like, dude, settle the fuck down. But anyway, I do want to point to what James was going at. I don't think it's an 8, a 9, a 4, a 3, whatever. Like you said, I think it's subjective. I agree with you. Everyone has their opinion. But I do think, would you agree that there is enough of a history in the same way that we were talking about mainstream media that covers politics and news and policy, that they get it wrong enough in a way that makes you wonder if they're not putting business ahead of ethics? There's enough history with video game reviews to suggest that perhaps critics who give these numerical scores maybe are, whether it's they're caught up in the hype or whether or not they are, I don't think they're paid. I worked at Sony for over 20 years. I never saw, like I've said before, trust me, if we could pay for reviews, Drawn to Death would not have gotten a 4 at IGN. Right? So I never saw that. But it is weird, though, if you play something like Resident Evil and you see the 9s and you're like, 9? I mean, I know it's subjective, and it's also weird, and maybe this is to Ricardo's point, and I know he's not equating journalist with reviewer, but maybe he should, that, you know, a lot of, Paris gets a lot of shit because, you know, he kind of, you know, did a lot of cyberpunk stuff. He's got the cyberpunk chair, he's got the cyberpunk jacket, and people are like, can he really be objective? Now, I don't even know if Paris reviewed the game, but I know he gets a lot of shit for, you know, and Alana Pierce does as well. And so it's a question of, do you think gamers have a reason, maybe it's not justified, but can you understand why there's skepticism amongst gamers about someone like Jimmy calling in and saying, Resident Evil 8, okay, it may not be a piece of shit, and it's not. It's beautiful, like you said, it's well made. But a 9? You're going to give this thing a 9? I mean, can you understand that skepticism?
I can understand it because I was so I don't know if you were, well, that's a sidebar. Well, I can understand, I'll go to the sidebar in a second. I can understand their skepticism on that, and I think it's fair, but I think that if, as I'm having the conversation with you, you're still subjective about everything I say, then I can't. I don't know where to go in the conversation.
Oh yeah, I don't mean defending necessarily Jim Gilchrist.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just generally speaking. Okay. If every time a game comes out and we are having a conversation, let's say it's a looter shooter, and then 2 looter shooters later, you have the same conversation, but you don't proceed to give any reason why you feel so strongly about that particular experience, every single time it's the same thing, then I have questions about how you're looking at these things.
That's a great point. Absolutely,
So I did get the jacket for Cyberpunk, but I still was upset that the game was removed from the PlayStation Store. But the game, when I played it,
the game was removed. Like, you were upset with Sony, or you were upset that it was so buggy that it needed to be removed?
I wanted to play it more.
But didn't you own it?
Yeah, so my whole thing is I was emotionally invested into the experience, and at the same time I wanted more people to be invested in the experience. So I was upset that it was removed, but I downloaded it after they sent it to me. But I was still emotionally attached to that. You know what I mean?
Do you do reviews on your podcast?
Very loosely, very loosely. But we do talk about, we'll do a lead into the conversation for whatever game or whatever product it is. I'll share my thoughts on it, and Daniela will poke holes, or vice versa.
Okay.
She'll do it, and vice versa. So we do that back and forth, and then if we need to clip that 10-minute or whatever to put it up or send it to a particular company, we'll do that. We'll do that. But more, my partnership with Logitech is more along the lines of, we're going to give you whatever you need to make sure you run your stuff. If you want to do an unboxing, fine. If you don't want to do it, fine. But I don't review every single thing that I receive because I don't have to.
Right.
Depending on the relationship that I have with the company.
Okay, specifically in this case, Cyberpunk. That was Logitech, or that was CD Projekt Red reaching out and saying?
That was CD Projekt Red. I got the jacket while I was at E3. I did talk about my initial impressions of it. They were not great, but that didn't affect. They gave me the jacket, but if the experience was not great, I'm gonna say it wasn't great.
Okay, so
I don't equate.
You don't think there's a conflict?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
Are you trying to bribe me?
I'm not trying to, but I think
No, that's the question. That's the question.
So I have two things to say then to the answer. The first one
Right.
is I think fundamentally
Yeah.
it's wrong to take gifts from people that your job is to judge, right? I think it even if you personally,
Because it somewhat may taint
of
your
course,
right.
But I also will say in the same breath, or within the neighborhood of the same breath, that again, that is also a very privileged position to be in. It's
Absolutely.
because for you who is trying to
Yeah.
grow, I mean, we're all trying to grow our channels, of course, but you're,
Absolutely.
you know, you're like, no one knows who I am yet. I'm ready to share my gift, which you clearly have. And I, you know,
I appreciate that.
in my little way, in my tiny channel, whatever I can do, because you're fucking awesome, dude. But
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Absolutely. But ultimately though, I don't need to play that game. And so it's easy for me to say, ethically speaking, you shouldn't do that. Ethically speaking, you shouldn't. If we're sitting in a college classroom discussing ethics, it's not the right thing to do, but it's also, you know, if you're saying, okay, that may skirt the line a little bit, but you know what?
Right.
If I do that, I pick up 100 more people who get to listen to my gift and appreciate what I do. And eventually you'll be in a position that you won't have to do it. But I do think it's kind of classist to suggest that is, you know, that just shouldn't be done. It shouldn't.
Right.
But people got to eat. You know, we also, you know, we also should live in a culture where we don't have to pay for medicine. You know, where we're not shamed if we're not working for 6 months and not called lazy. We just hit a bit of a downturn, but we don't live in that culture. So you know what? If we're going to fight, let's fight that fight first, and then we can fight the fight against game reviewers getting codes.
Right. I believe that, and you know, there's many individuals who will disagree. I believe that can be fair, even though that a company sends me a code of some sort or a jacket, whatever the case might be. So case in point with the XCast episode that happened last week.
Right.
I was super skeptical on the Xbox Game Pass whole thing, the whole bit, right? It's a subscription-based service.
Oh, I
like
know
a
what it
Netflix
is.
or
I
Hulu or
love
whatever.
it. I love it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And the thing is, it's not that I don't love it. My whole thing is and was and still is the fact that once you leave the service, you stop using the service.
Right.
If you don't buy the game at a discount while you have the service, you don't have the game.
That's right.
Right. So when I look at sales and stuff of that nature, whether it's a Steam sale, I will compare if I need to get it on this platform or that platform, et cetera, et cetera. But you definitely get the point. So the whole situation
just so
with that
you know, I
was.
should have said this at the beginning. When I look over here, I'm
Yeah.
looking at the chat.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I just want you to know
You're fine.
I'm totally
Yeah,
focused.
no,
I
you're
just-
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I look over here when I'm thinking and stuff like that.
Oh, and I'm
or
just saying the
whatever.
chat's
So
over here,
yeah.
so I want to make sure if they're
Yeah,
responding.
I know. You're
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
No, you're fine. You're
Okay.
fine. So, so what ended up happening? So I was there. I recorded last week. The episode goes up Saturday. Then Monday, Xbox contacts me and say, "Hey, we heard your episode on XCast. We want to send you a 12-month Xbox Game Pass Ultimate so you can check it out." I'm like, "Great."
Where the fuck is my?
Yeah, right.
Where the fuck is my shit?
I'm like, "Great."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Great." Right?
You
So
goddamn
now
right, it's
it's
great.
like, okay. It's fantastic, right?
Yeah, it's great.
So now it's like, okay, then can I still be reserved in how I feel about it now that they've given me a whole year of the thing?
Uh-huh.
So now some people say, well, I don't know, you know, the hypocrisy, you say you're skeptical, and all of a sudden they turn around and they give it to you. And then the thing with that is, so I could easily address that on social media and be mean and cruel and insensitive. But my thing is like, Xbox apparently works very fast when they need to get things to you, okay? Because you're talking Saturday and then Monday, you have no idea what went behind the whole thing for that to even happen, right? And I didn't ask for it, but I got it. Am I supposed to be upset that they sent it to me?
Upset? No, but you should say thank you, but no.
Interesting.
You should.
Interesting.
Well, again,
Interesting.
that's not. Let me.
No. Tell me more. Tell me more.
yeah.
I'm listening.
Okay.
Tell me more.
If it depends what the goal is, the short-term way to win
Right.
the game you're playing is to
Right.
take it, because it
Right.
gets you in good with the Xbox people a little bit more. It allows you to have access to something you didn't have before, so you can speak to it in a
Understood.
way. So there is and there is a value to that to grow. The question
Right.
that I don't know if you do.
Well, I didn't talk bad about
I know,
them.
I know.
Yeah,
Let me finish
yeah.
though. So I wouldn't be so bold to tell you what you should do. But if somebody
Understood.
were coming to me and saying, what would your advice be? I would say I would play the long game, because
Right.
this medium that we have, my gut tells me that we can see it with early YouTubers. My gut tells me that most of them burn out pretty quickly. Like YouTubers my kids grew up loving, they don't even watch anymore. Nobody cares anymore, right? So you're
Gotcha.
only as good as not your relationship with Xbox, but your relationship with your audience and the trust that they put in you.
Agreed.
And so to me, the long game is to say, Xbox, I appreciate it. It goes against my ethics. I can't talk openly about these products if I'm getting free stuff. But again, I'll always say, I can say that. I'm coming from a place of privilege.
Right.
But if you're trying to build a
Right.
channel, that's a hard
Yeah,
decision.
and-
It's a hard decision.
Yeah, and I don't think that it changes the fact of my whole point when I
know
mention
you
it.
don't think that. And you may be 100% right. But you're still
Gotcha.
taking your brand and putting it out to the world and making it a little bit more suspect now. Because you may know in your heart that it's like, he's not going to change anything. And I believe you. But ultimately,
Gotcha.
you're still putting yourself in a position that people can
Right.
look at your brand and say, look, again, I'm not,
Understood.
this isn't a Colin Moriarty
No. I
celebration.
understand
But
what
the
you're saying.
guy's like, look, I'm not taking any of your shit. I'm not taking your codes.
Yeah.
I'm not taking, part of it is they're not sending them to him, maybe. And I'm going to talk to him Monday. I'll ask him. But the other part of it is that it does factor into a narrative that says, if Colin tells you, like Colin was on his podcast recently and was raving about Outriders. Well, I happen to really like Outriders as well, but I know a lot of people were like,
Dope.
on Outriders.
It's dope.
Yeah, I agree. But I think with Colin, you're going, okay, well, did this guy go to a junket? Did he get a free copy? No, because he doesn't
See,
take it.
I don't know why my mind doesn't go there, because so the rest of the story is this, right? So I get this stuff, and then they were kind of like razzing me on the show, in good fun about, you didn't play Forza yet or whatever. I'm like, no, I didn't play Forza yet. I usually wait for a sale. Now, the thing is, recently Halo Master Chief Collection was on sale. The sale ended on April 12th.
On the
I bought
on
it
the
for $40.
Steam store.
On the Steam. I bought it for $40.
Okay.
I bought it because I wanted it.
Okay.
Right. So it's not a question of if I'm gonna get a game or if I'm not gonna get a game. If the game's on sale and I really want the game, now I have Halo twice. Right.
Okay.
So I don't have an issue with that. So from there, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna be very thorough about what I said. So the thing came. I started checking it out. I created a small video about it. I say, hey, you know what? This Xbox Game Pass has a lot of variety. I said, there's a lot there, but at the end of the day, once May next year shows up, the service is gone, and if I didn't buy any game on a discount, I still don't own the game. That's
Right.
my whole point.
I think that is a great point. If you value ownership, I think there's no way to argue for any of these services if your goal is to have a game digitally or a game on your shelf. I get that. What I always the headbutting I always encounter though is where people just want to say it's bad. And I'm like, it's not bad. It's bad for you because
Right.
you value that thing. And hopefully with things like limited run games and things like that,
Right.
there will always be, or maybe not as much, but there will always be opportunity for people who like to have the physical and own it. But the vast
So the other
majority
thing-
of consumers don't care. They don't go back and play games they own. You know, they just don't. It's like most people don't care about the fact that if they cancel Netflix, they'll never get to watch Stranger Things again until they resubscribe. They just move on with their life. Most people don't covet that medium like that. And that's not a good or a bad thing.
They do not.
It's just kind of more of a reflection of the consumer habits.
That's what's important to you. Right. So the other thing too, it's like, okay, so why did Xbox have to send you Xbox Game Pass for you to try? Why didn't you just buy it on your own? I was still collecting data. I wasn't ready to make a move like that yet. So, but I have Hulu, I have Netflix, I have Disney Plus. So it's not like I'm not paying for any subscription service. I try to pay for as minimal as possible. So that's not the issue.
Because you like to own.
I like to own.
Right. Yeah, I respect that. What bothers me about gamers online is that they can't just say that. You're basically saying, I like to own. I'm probably in the minority of consumer behavior when it comes to that. There's a very vocal, passionate group that love to own. Right. But it's a minority.
Still literal about the word own. Right. Still literal about the word own.
Not the license. You mean own the fucking right.
Yeah. Right.
I get it. But you at least are able to say, that's just my thing, man. I like to own. But I agree that statistically, most consumers of video games don't really care one way or another.
Right. But I'm not upset that I'm playing Forza Motorsport on the Game Pass right now.
Oh, I know you're not.
Beautiful. I'm not upset about that.
I know you're not. I'm saying that's the difference, that we can have this conversation and we can go, then there is no debate. At that point, it's like, oh, yeah, of course, I get that you like that more. That would be like me going, I'm totally fine watching Mortal Kombat and Kong versus Godzilla at home, but I get that if you want to go see it in IMAX, there's no right or wrong. It's just that the majority of people are probably going to watch it at home. But it doesn't mean that you're wrong for wanting it in IMAX. But with gamers, you'll get into this thing like, it's bad for the industry. It's like, why? I can give you 20 reasons why it's good for the industry.
Absolutely. And then the other thing about it too is most of the time, a lot of gamers are not really paying attention to the data of the stuff that's happening on the industry. They're not jumping into quarter earning calls. They're not doing any of that stuff. So are you really concerned about it? Yes, you have an emotional investment that you probably cannot explain. Not everybody. I'm just a small portion of those individuals. Right. And I think we just have to be like, okay, that's where you stand. That's great. But I know where I stand with it. And then we just keep going.
Okay. Fair enough. I want to bring in a new call. You good with that?
Yeah, sure.
This is Jungle Jack. He's a new member of the Diet Soda Soldiers. Jungle Jack, you're talking to Andrew Alliance. Are you there? I think he's got.
Yes.
What's up, baby? Go.
Michael.
Jungle Jack, what's up, man?
What's up? I have one or two things that I want to add, and then a question. I'll do it quick, Jeffy. No worries.
Okay. I like it in and out, baby. No foreplay. Let's go. Get to it.
Yeah.
Get to the fucking.
You were talking about. I will, man. You were talking about reviews and maybe the numbers, the score that they get being bought. I experienced it firsthand. That a review for a game for a website that I was working for receives an 8, and I will not name the publisher unless you ask me.
What's the publisher? What was the publisher?
EA.
Okay.
And EA paid 5,000 euros to get it from an 8 to a 9.
Well, how was that? How was that presented? Like, are you saying they bought a little bit more ad space and then maybe the sales department twisted the arm of the editorial, or they literally just said, "Here's 5,000 euros, give me a 9."
Yeah,
it was that cut and dried.
Yeah, that's the way it happened. Yeah.
Do you have evidence of this? Do you have proof of this?
Yes, I have.
Can you share it?
Wow.
That might be tough, and that way it's not evidence. I understand that, but I have to. It was a couple of years ago. I think it was FIFA. Well, I don't know, man. Maybe 11 or 12.
Look, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not casting stones at EA, but you think Bobby Kodak's walking around going, "I really would like a DICE award." He doesn't give a fuck. He wants to sell copies. And so if he could get away with paying for reviews, he would. All of them would. I mean, the fucking, that's humanity. Most people are greedy and scared, and they'll do whatever they can to get ahead. That's how it works.
Yeah,
It's tragic.
Yeah,
it's true. It's tragic, but it's true.
On the other thing, you were talking about accepting gifts. I think you can. Like Andrew might or might have not. I was a little bit away from keyboard. Accepted the 12 months from Xbox. I think you can, as long as you're being fair. Not about that you received it, but about your whatever it is, review and stuff like that. But I also
Disclosure
know,
too, hashtag ad and all that stuff, which I did. I disclosed that I did get it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure. But the thing is that from that point on, and I've also experienced that firsthand, you're being watched. I mean, if you're ever being negative about something after that, and I will not name the publisher unless you ask me.
What publisher? I'm
what's
always
the
going to
publisher?
ask.
Ubisoft.
Okay, fair.
I've had this experience with Ubisoft. I was invited to events. I've been in the industry in and out now about 10 years, and not anymore. Certainly not after this. But I've been to events, got a gift, etc. And there was a certain game, and I reviewed it with 6.5.
Okay.
And after that, everything was shut down. I mean, no more invites, no more reviews. I mean, so you can accept, but if you're still honest after that, I don't think that's really a problem.
Well,
But,
again, the issue isn't really for me that you accept it and you can be fair. The issue is how much do you value your audience's perception of your credibility. It's not that
Right.
it's not that I think Andrew is lying. I trust the guy very much that he would say,
Yeah, sure.
no, I'm not going to be influenced by it. But end of the day, though, you're still putting it's the equivalent, I would say, Andrew, of we should just be able to take you at face value, but you should also just be able to wear blue in the Crips neighborhood without worrying about being attacked. But which it's true. It's called a callback, Andrew. That's what we comedians like to call a callback. But yeah, I mean, but it's true though. I mean, it's like, yeah, I totally think no one should have any issues with Andrew doing that. But do I think? But do I think there will be some people that do, and he inadvertently maybe damages his standing in their eyes? Sure. And at that point, you have to just sort of weigh what's more valuable at any given point in your career.
But
so
the question
in
is,
addition
does the
to
audience know?
that, in addition to that, real quick, so you have to remember how the whole Xbox thing even came about is because I was honest about my skepticism to begin with.
Sure.
So if they're willing to do it even based on that.
Well, that's a hell of a narrative, though. Skeptic gets it, loves it.
Yep.
Right? Of course,
Yeah, and I wasn't
that would
like
be
that
like
mouthing
you
it from
bringing
the
me
beginning.
around to Jesus at the end of this podcast.
I knew you were going there at some point.
Because
that's
you
the
had
most beautiful thing.
Because you had a voice telling you, Jaffe's turning left. He's turning left, baby.
I know. Yeah, I knew you were coming back to that.
Of course,
but
it's fascinating.
but I don't believe that I'm compromising myself based on maybe because of all the years that I've already put in, and I've always been fair about every company I've worked with.
Yeah.
If I like something, I didn't like anything, and you're right with the magnifying of everybody's looking at your content. I know everybody's looking at my content right now, and I like that because there's a pressure to not deliver. There's just a pressure to be more responsible with my words, and which I have been over the years. The pressure is even higher now.
Yeah, but the last thing, then I'm going to cut it. The thing is that the audience, well, most of the time, back in my day, because we're just doing websites, we're not doing videos or anything like that. Most of the times, the audience doesn't even know if you get a gift. I mean, I've gotten T-shirts, I've got gifts, statues at Gamescom in Europe and stuff like that. But the audience doesn't even know that we
you should tell them.
Those.
You should tell them that's the disclosure part. Like as soon as I got the thing, I said I'm gonna make a post on Twitter #ad, and I'm sure they appreciate the disclosure. So that's the responsibility of the person that received the gift to make that disclosure. That's not. You should already do that. That's night and day. That. Given.
And if I may also, it speaks to me volumes about the fact that we are in an industry, and I'm not talking about influencers or content creators, I'm talking about professional reviewers, that we're in an industry where a fucking statue of a character in a video game is so compelling to someone that it would influence a score. Do you think Roger Ebert, when he was reviewing Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, was like, yeah, I didn't like it, but they sent me a really cool Indiana Jones jacket? I mean, it's just childish. It's childish that we have so many reviewers, and again, not content creators, I'm talking about reviewers that are that easily influenced. I mean, at least get some hookers and blow. You're gonna throw your fucking value and integrity overboard so you can get a statue of Enzo or whatever the fuck his name is from Assassin's Creed?
So you separate them. Do you believe that a YouTuber can be a reviewer fairly? Like
I do.
I'm trying to figure out.
I do, but I think there is if you're going to stand up and call yourself, I agree with Ricardo in the sense that if you're going to hang the title journalist on yourself,
Gotcha.
professional
Yeah,
critic, I
Yeah.
don't respect that unless you do follow what is mostly understood amongst humans as that code of journalistic ethics. But if you're saying,
yeah.
look, if Greg Miller, and again, we're picking on Greg, but I like Greg. But if you're Greg Miller and you brought Stig onto stage like he did to talk about Jedi Fallen Order, and then it turns out that maybe Greg liked it, but he acted like he liked it a little more because he liked the paycheck he got from EA and he wants to do it again, I'd go, okay, yeah, that's okay. That's not my value with Greg. My value with Greg is he's affable, he's funny, he's interesting. But if I go to a review site and I really depend on their critique, that is a different story.
I understand.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
gotcha.
what I'm saying. All right, Jumpin' Jack, that's not your goddamn name. Jungle Jack, thank you, buddy. I appreciate you calling
Jungle
in.
Jack, thank you, man. Have a blessed
Okay.
day.
Have
Hey,
a good one, guys.
Jungle Jack, hang on.
You
Do
too,
me a
man.
favor. Say, Deacon out.
Deacon out.
Oh, it's the best. I'm so hard, baby. All right, thank you, Jungle Jack. Listen, Andrew, Black Superman, let's get to it. What's happening? What do you think? Is it racist? Is it not? What's the deal?
Wasn't there a situation recently that it was a similar conversation based
they just
on a
announced
character? No, prior to this, maybe a couple of months ago, that there was a situation where that a character couldn't play a particular role because a black person can be in that role. Was it Krypton or something else very similar
in the DC universe?
where it was, I think it was definitely a superhero thing where they were like, well, if this person can't be this because of the line, why do we have an issue, with this thing?
Was it like the Falcon?
I don't have an issue. No, I don't think it was the Falcon situation.
Okay.
But at any rate, the whole thing is, if we have, I think there's one president that's black that could be Superman based on a DC universe. I think there's two characters.
There are two characters.
Yeah, and if they can play it and bring that story in for us to enjoy it, I'm trying to understand what is the challenge.
That's not the challenge. It's the fact that, and it's not a challenge for me what I'm about to say either. I don't have a problem with it. But they're saying, if you read some of the articles, it's going to be Clark Kent. It's not going to be Earth 26. It's going to be our Earth, or the Earth with Clark Kent.
Why would it be Clark Kent?
Why would it not? Why would it be Henry Cavill versus Christopher Reeve? They hired different actors.
No, what I'm saying is the Superman supposed to be black?
I think that really is.
That's my confusion. That's my confusion.
Okay, and that's really
if the
question.
Superman is going to be black, then he should be a character from one of those two Supermans, the president, whoever it is, and the other guy, one or the other, and then cast whoever you're going to cast. So I guess I'm trying to get more data from you on what the issue is. So
there's two ways I think people look at it, right? There's people who look at it. Warner Brothers specifically said, we're going to do a black Superman and we want to hire a black director. Now, whether or not that's cynical, whether or not that is from the heart, who knows, who cares? You can never tell with these companies. At the end of the day, they want to make money. Right. But end of the day, though, if you're talking about we're going to retell the Superman story and we're going to hire a black actor to be Clark Kent, I think the real issue becomes, you can look at it one of two ways. You can look at it and say, you can actually look at it one of three ways. You can look at it and say, Superman, Clark Kent is white. that's just what he is. That's what he's always been.
By canon, he's white.
Okay.
No, I'm asking. That's question mark.
I think ultimately that becomes a question of, to some people, how racist are you, right? But right, because how much?
Okay.
You know, there's a lot of people who will go, I don't see color, and it's like, yeah, you do. Everybody sees color, you know.
Right.
But that said, there is.
But is he white by canon? I'm really asking because I don't know.
What does that mean though?
So meaning, like, when the character was created, was he white by
Sure.
canon? When they originally wrote him, Superman was white. He was always white. Always white.
Yes, but I don't think that matters. I think the debate is why is skin color any different than height? I know it is in America in the experience, but in terms of at a non-racist level, why
is this the Black James Bond thing also?
Yeah. It's like why can we hire 7 different Supermen over the last X years? And as long as they're all white, but they're different heights, different nationality, whatever.
Okay.
Why is that okay? But the minute the pigment changes of his skin, then it becomes a problem. And I understand your point.
Because they don't believe it's marketable, but no, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that's what I'm saying. It depends how racist you are. I'm not saying it does, but that's the argument. Are you so not racist that you don't associate the skin color with the canon? You associate the canon with he's a good guy, he's optimistic, he's hopeful.
Right.
You know, these are his powers. That's canon.
Right.
The skin color, what does it matter? Right now,
okay, gotcha.
That's sort of,
I see.
that's
okay,
sort of
I'm
the
with
debate.
you. Okay,
and the same thing applies, I think, to James Bond, which is not 007, but James Bond. They've hired multiple people to play James Bond. People have said, "Oh, I want Idris Elba to play James Bond," and people are like, "James Bond's not black." It's like, okay, but who cares? But some people do. I got people in the chat that are like, you know. So my question is, as a black dude. And I assume, as a geek, I don't know if you're into comic books. I know you're into games.
Back in the day, but not so much now. But
well, what do you think? And just as a human on the planet, what do you think
as a human on the planet?
Well, as all three.
So, my whole thing is, if they're going to tell a story, and they really want to represent it to its purest form, then whatever Superman that they decide to play should be the Superman that is black, and they cast that Superman, Earth, based on what you're saying, Earth 26. I'm not sure the numbers
I don't know
and
the
stuff like
numbers
that.
either. Yeah.
They shouldn't tell a Clark Kent story because we've seen a lot of Clark Kent stories. Not that we don't need any more, but if you're really going to go with a black story, go with the black story that you already have and cast that. That's it. That's it. If Clark Kent is
because you think skin color and not in what it means, at least in our culture, is meaningful enough that change is not as simple as just the guy's face changes from Henry Cavill to Dean Cain or whatever.
Right. So so rather than doing Clark Kent with glasses, white guy, you know, that kind of a thing, why don't we tell the story of the other Superman and cast the black director and the black actor to work with that? It's not that difficult. When you really want to do it, you do it.
I think it becomes,
you know what I'm saying?
I do. I think it really becomes what the goal is, right? I mean, like, so for me, you know, do I think a movie about Clark Kent, which everyone knows, right? You don't have to do any heavy lifting to sell Clark Kent and Superman. If suddenly he's the president and it's on this other Earth, and let me explain, mom who's taking her kids to the movie from Nebraska. See, there's these multiple Earths, and you know, it's just like, you know. But that said,
but you can tell it. You can tell it if you wanted to tell it.
You can tell it. I agree. But the question becomes, though, is there a really, and I don't think Warner Brothers would do this, but if somebody came to me, I was talking about this last night, and said, Spike Lee is directing Superman, and it's a black Clark Kent, and he is going to, whether or not he's going to have a black baby land in a Kansas cornfield and be raised by 2 white people, or somebody on the chat was like, you know, what if he lands in the projects or wherever he lands? Not
Right.
that of course all black people are from the projects, but he's saying
Understood.
take the different American experiences. One of them is very contrasted to what most people are used to seeing on the screen, and one of them is very typical. And what is it like when suddenly Clark Kent gets pulled over by racist cops? What
does he do? Does he flip the car?
Right.
Does he run away?
So
What does he do?
there is a story there
What does he
that I
do?
think is really kind of interesting. But I don't think you're wrong that making him another Superman is also not a good idea. I think I know what I want to ask you is though, and it sounds like you're saying it is. To you, Superman having a different face is fine. Superman being a little taller, a little shorter, a little less and more muscular is fine. But the skin tone, just for you, that feels out of canon. And so it just feels wrong.
What I would want to see if they came out with the movie tomorrow,
Yeah,
I'd want to see not Clark Kent's story,
right.
because I've seen that. I want to see the other Superman, the first and second one. The only two that I see was black based on my research. I'm sure there's more.
Yeah.
Tell that story.
Okay.
Why can't we tell that story?
You may. This is the thing that's being debated amongst geeks. Warner Brothers has said we're making a black Superman.
Right. Are you making a black? You don't have to make a black Superman. Just tell the story of the other Superman.
Well, I'm saying they're making a Superman. They're making.
I know what you mean.
Right.
I know what you mean.
Right.
Just playing on words right now, but just tell the story. I'm sure somebody knows who that is, and if they don't know, tell the story so they learn about that particular Superman.
Okay, so what if they said to you, because this is what I think it is, because I've seen some reporting that suggests that this is going to be the Clark Kent story. Now, maybe there's enough of a brouhaha that it's not, but let's assume that it is.
Okay.
Let's assume they say,
Okay.
yeah, we hear you, but we've seen data, polling data from, moviegoers that say we're interested in it if it's the Superman we know, because that's our endpoint. It's like, oh, a black Superman, that's interesting, that's different. But just some random brand new character called Superman on a different Earth, you're going to have to start from zero. It doesn't mean it won't be a great movie, because Guardians of the Galaxy,
Right.
most people didn't know what that was either. But
That was amazing.
yeah, it was. But if Warner
Yeah.
Brothers says we're only going to greenlight it if it is the Clark Kent Superman because we have data that says that's the right financial play, would you say then just don't do it at all?
I don't know. That's a safe answer for me right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I would want to see the other story, just like when Flash, and I see all these different flashes, and there's a Flash that's all in yellow, there's one that's in red and stuff like that. Although I don't know everything that's going on, my whole thing is once I start watching it, I'm gonna know what's going on.
Yeah.
So if that's the case,
Have you
then
watched
just do
the
the movie.
CW Flash? Do you watch that show?
I like it. I've stopped at season 1.5, so I need to go back
it's
in.
so
but
good.
I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
I love
show.
it.
It's a great show.
I love it based on what I watch, but why can't we just do that? If that's possible with all the different things that's going on, and then Legends of Tomorrow, and then the Cross, episodes and stuff like that. If you can tell that story, then you could really find a way to tell the story of one of those black Supermen and make it a big screen movie.
Okay, but by that stance though, Hamilton was a mistake because the founding fathers weren't black, of course, or Puerto Rican or anything.
Just tell the story like it's supposed to be told. That's my thing.
Okay, regardless.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my thing. So if Ariel was white, right?
Ariel, the Little Mermaid?
Yeah. White, correct? Right.
As
So
much
if
as a
you were to
mermaid
take
can be, yeah.
Right, if you were to change her skin tone to make a black Ariel
Which they did.
appeal to, I'm like, why not just create a character natively that was black and tell that story?
I think I don't disagree with that.
That's
There
all I'm
is-
saying. Yeah.
Okay, I guess the answer is because fundamentally
I know why. I think we know why. So internationally, based on the data, when you have a black face on a cover of, it doesn't sell as well as. Right. We know that.
Well, sure, but what I'm saying is, though, I think if you make the Little Mermaid's cousin and she's a black person, she's a black mermaid,
Okay.
And ultimately, you're going to get more interest in something people already know. It's the Little Mermaid.
Okay.
Oh, but she's a new actress playing the Little Mermaid. Versus like, okay, we have to sell you
Right.
this whole new mythology. Is why
Okay.
I think the new Little Mermaid, because the new Little Mermaid I think is an entire black cast now. That's a live action Little
Okay.
Mermaid. But
So I guess the core question that is the fine thread to everything that we said is that is it really that bad to tell a story fresh from a perspective, and are you really that afraid that it's not going to do well? Because
Right.
it could do well but if you don't do it, you won't know.
Well-
That's I think. Go ahead.
No. I mean, I think that's true. I think maybe even deeper down, this is a real conversation about the incredibly important conversation about race in America and about these companies now that are trying to figure out whether it's from a cynical position or from a heartfelt position. Probably it's a little bit of both.
Right.
It's not, ultimately the companies would be staffed with enough black people, white people, Asian people, Muslim people, Jewish people, trans people. It would be diverse enough that just organically choices would be made that just feel right for the story. There's no doubt that when you say we're going to make everybody in the Little Mermaid black, of course that's a marketing decision. Of course that is a PR decision that is going to help sell the movie. That's just sort of where we're at. But I think ultimately
Gotcha.
what it really symbolizes, let me ask you this.
Sure.
Okay. You're like, dude, how long can you talk? I can talk a long
No, I'm-
goddamn time.
I'm with you, but go ahead.
Okay. I got into some shit. People made fun of me a lot recently where I basically said all white Americans, that if you are born in America and you're raised in America and you pass as white, based on critical race theory, which I agree with aspects of it, you're racist, which really what that means, obviously, to the audience, I'm sure you
Okay.
know, you benefit from white privilege. It doesn't mean you don't have,
Okay.
it doesn't mean you don't have a hard life. It doesn't mean you haven't had awful shit happen to you. It doesn't mean the cops haven't been shitty to you and your family, but you
Gotcha.
are going to have an easier time if the exact situation happened between you in America, a white guy and a black guy in America. The white guy is still going to have the upper hand simply because institutionally, systematically, we still are built on slavery and we are built on genocide. And we haven't really
Aware or unaware? Is this person aware or unaware?
unaware. That's there was a woman.
That's interesting.
There was
Okay.
a woman in Texas that went viral the other day who was in the school board was debating whether or not they should teach critical race theory alongside normal
Okay.
American history. And she's
Okay.
like, I'm not a racist because I don't want my kid to learn critical race theory. And she was crying and everything. She was a white woman. And
White tears or?
I don't know. She was a white
Go-
lady.
Oh, carry on. Yeah,
And it's like, well,
carry on.
yeah, you are, because even if you don't agree, like there are people in the
Right.
chat that never agree with this, and that's fine. But
Right.
but why would you not say, look, there are some people that disagree, but this is how we were founded. This
Right.
is what caused not all black people, not all white people, not all Asian people, but ultimately, if you want to know why there is a larger percentage of black men in jail than white men in jail in terms of, to scale, not numerically.
You had this conversation very recently.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I have it all the time because I
Yeah.
don't understand how anybody who is a white person in America can act
Right.
like this is crazy unless they just
Right.
are living in denial, which is
Right, or they're not really familiar with the history, or if whenever the history comes up, they don't want to hear it.
right.
So ignorance, right, could play a big part of that. So I think it's a combination of those things. But if they're unaware, but at the same time they don't want individuals to have the information, so they could be aware.
Right. Just, pitch it. Let your kid decide.
What's going on?
That's exactly right.
What's going on?
I'm bringing
Right.
in Fat Boo. Here he comes. Get ready, Andrew.
Fat Boo.
He is wearing a tutu and he's smoking a doobie. Here we go.
Oh my
Fat
God.
Boo, go. Come on now. There you are.
Awesome. Hey, how are you guys?
You're too
Yeah,
quiet.
you sound very low, bro. What's
We
going
cannot
on?
hear you,
What's
sir.
happening?
Am I loud now? Can you hear me?
A little louder.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing
a little
good.
louder. A little louder.
All right, a little louder. How
That's
about
good.
that? Is
That's
that
good. That's good.
That's yeah. You sound amazing now.
better? Thanks a lot.
All
I just love hearing you talk about the whole notion of a black Superman. I think for me, when I first saw Heimdall played by Idris Elba, within the first few seconds, I was all in because I think Idris Elba just has this kind of charisma and
Mhm.
deep gravitas.
He's
and, like,
great, man.
I
Luther
believed
was
him.
fantastic.
I believed
gosh.
him, and him as Nelson Mandela and everything. He's a great actor. I believe him of being as James Bond. He has the charisma.
Oh, he'd be
And
great, James Bond. Yeah.
Even yeah. Even in The Hobbit 2012, I think in the third movie, in the second movie, when they go to like a town in the water, I forgot. Peter Jackson. Different people in that town were mixed race, and I was like, it was like a few 5 seconds, but I was like, yeah, all right, I'm all in. Like it didn't bother me one bit. And then just to kind of end it on a high note, look, you had 2018, you had a Polynesian actor play Aquaman, and it turned out to be a huge hit.
Yep.
You had Into the Spider-Verse, that's about a Spanish Latino.
Well,
black
but that's
actor,
different. That character fundamentally was designed as a black Filipino character or Puerto Rican.
All right, yeah, but does it follow the essence of a Peter Parker wearing the mantle of Spider-Man throughout all the decades? Does
Sure.
it follow that?
Yes,
theme
but that's not the
spiritually?
complaint, though. The complaint is Peter Parker is white.
All right, okay, but
all your other points, I think, work. But I think if you're going to bring up Miles Morales, it goes to Andrew's point, which is why not just create a character from scratch that's a black dude that is a new character?
Right.
Okay.
So here's
my bad.
yeah. So here's the thing, right? So for me, I love great stories. I love to be entertained, right? But if we're going to, like you said, if it's at the very essence of whatever that particular story and narrative is being told, just do it exactly like that. I already know who Clark Kent is, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I
Right.
agree.
So and like you said, so many years have gone by. We've seen certain superheroes and we know exactly who they are. So why don't I get a whole new and we're not even talking about a whole new superhero. We're talking about somebody that I could Google right now, and there's two black Supermen that you can pick one or the other and then cast it.
Sure, but for
So the
99%
characters-
of the audience, it's a brand new superhero. You know good and well that most
Understood.
people don't know that.
Completely understood. But the thing is, you can tell that story of how we got to that particular Superman because you already have the story for that Superman. You just need to tell it on screen.
I honestly feel that any.
You agree or disagree?
real-
You
I'm
agree
sorry,
or
yeah,
disagree?
I agree. 100% agree.
Okay.
Tell the story and bring it out there, and try not to, constantly go back and forth to be like, oh, could we, should we, and so on and so forth. I 100%.
So you know the names of actors and directors. You sound very well learned. So who would you want to write that? Who would you want? Who would you want to write that story of one of those black Supermen?
Oh man, I appreciate you think I know all these directors.
I mean, you
and
threw
writers,
names
but,
out, and I'm like, cool, that's great. I just love the entertainment.
yeah.
So who would you want? Like any movie that you really love, the story that you'd want to write that?
I honestly have no idea. I guess I'll be prisoner of the moment. I think there's a potential with the writer of Falcon and Winter
Okay,
Soldier.
that's fair.
To maybe take up the helm. My knowledge in that field is very limited. But
No, but that's fair. But you had something to map it to. You see,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was easy.
totally.
That was very easy. You had something to map it to, even if you didn't have the name of the particular writer or director, whatever.
Oh, I got
but
you,
you
I got
knew, but you had something. You had a particular place to map it to, and that's all we're saying. We're not asking for anything, super crazy. We want entertainment. We want a great story, and we want to be
100%
inspired.
agree.
Yeah,
I think the one movie that's done that incredibly well, much to their big surprise, was Aquaman. You had it had the same name. It's just a different skin tone of a character, Jason Momoa, full Polynesian, and it just works. He definitely
To be
embodies
fair,
that
though, I
character,
think Jason
you know?
Momoa is white passing. I don't know if you would agree, but I don't think most people look at
Mm.
I don't think most people
You're
look at
reaching, but I think you have a really, really good point. I think you have a really, really good point. It's like in baseball. Do we call Derek Jeter, I mean, I'm gonna use baseball. Sorry, like is he black or white and everything like that?
Yeah,
And
I would have
get where you
never.
think
I would have
that-
never known
yeah.
that he was
I don't
Polynesian.
even guess what Derek Jeter is, but he was great. Shortstop, right? From what I
Yeah,
recall.
New York
okay.
Yankees. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
Fabu,
yeah,
thanks,
yeah.
buddy. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate the
Thanks a
call.
lot. Appreciate it.
Let me ask you one
There
quick
you go,
question
man.
before I bring on this call.
Sure.
Somebody in the chat is
Sure.
saying, I just want to get your take on this. He says, where did it go? He's talking about diversity. It's Ethan says. Ethan. Good
Okay.
sir, Ethan. I think, where did it go, Ethan? Come on now. Where are you at, buddy? The gist of it is he says, diversity is fine, but when it's forced diversity, it's a problem. And my thing is, isn't it until he says diversity is important, but don't change established characters for the sake of it. But I mean, the Black Panther was literally created because Marvel was like, we don't have any black characters. It's the civil rights movement. We think this would be a good thing to do to create a character that's a great superhero who happens to be black. I mean, that was a token creation, and he's beloved all over the world at this point. So
all over the world, yeah.
Right.
So what's happening with that?
I'm just saying that, do you think this idea that, whether or not someone creates something out of the need for diversity, whether or not the impulse thought is, I consciously want to create a more diverse slate of characters for whatever reason.
Right.
Or that person just happens to have been brought up around black people, white people, different religions, different sexual orientations and things. Either way, why is
it's a good thing. Either way, I think it's a good thing. I think where the gray area or the nuance is for this particular thing is the intention, right? So, for example, the surge of a lot of black creators during the height of the Black Lives Matter, getting all of these opportunities and all these companies being in solidarity or not solidarity, or seasonal solidarity, and then fading out and stuff like that.
Right.
That had a lot of nuance that people were working through. Be like, so all of a sudden, all this stuff is okay, and then how soon it's going to die out, right? So I think that if the intention is good, and globally we feel it's good, I don't think there's an issue there. So, like you said, the character is beloved globally, right? And I think that when you introduce anything in a company setting and the intention is good, and it maps out to be something fantastic, not only for the company, even though
even if the intention is greed, even if it's like, look, we think we can make a lot of money with a black Superman because marketing says Clark Kent as a black guy is going to get a lot of people talking. As long as the movie's good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, most companies make decisions out of not just like the good of their heart.
Most of it's money,
right?
There's profit, yeah.
So I mean, I think you can throw that accusation at almost anything.
Yeah. So let's add to that. So you're definitely right about that, and at the same time, it does open opportunities for the individuals that didn't have it before, because now that new department is there, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Last two calls. I'll let you go.
Okay.
I like talking to you.
We had a good time. We had a good time.
If you had boobies and a vagina, we'd be going on a second date, Andrew. I tell you what. This is Zim M 804. I don't fucking know where these kids get these names from.
Zim.
What's up, Zim? How you doing, buddy?
That's the area code for Central Virginia.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Okay,
Fair
Central
enough.
Virginia.
Mr. 205. Okay. All right, let's go.
But yeah, man, I think taking these traditionally white characters and having black people play them, might have a positive effect on the way our culture is acts. Because media is the good way to change perception.
Of course.
And shape
Agreed.
the minds of people.
So how would you want? Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
So no, I'm just thinking. So I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you, and we're thinking about it. And then on top of that, we know that historically certain characters have been one way, right?
Yeah.
In terms of their skin tone. Now, would we want that story to be adjusted just for the sake of the skin tone, or would we want a completely new narrative? I think that's the core of the thing. So if, based on what you said, if the media changes the perception, then it should be okay to take the new Black Superman and tell that story and be like, you know what? I didn't know this story. I needed that story, right?
Yeah, but
Based on what you said.
I'm coming from an angle where a lot of Americans have a negative view on communism because of the 80s and, the Cold War, and the same thing with socialism.
Okay.
Propaganda. So
Okay.
if we take that technique and apply it to media, where we can see, well, there's no real difference between people outside of skin color. A black guy could be Superman as well as a white person. If that continues, throughout time, if you push that narrative to the youth, they grow up maybe thinking that, hey, it might not be too much difference between us outside of skin color.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is unifying it is I'm hearing unity in what you're saying. Unifying the view of how we're looking at it. Don't try to separate. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that, and like I said, just trying to add a sort of unification to the way we view each other in society. Like I said, media is the strong tool. Media is the platform of propaganda. So if we want to change,
I don't dislike your take. I don't dislike your take because I feel there's hope there for public perception. So I don't dislike your take, and that's all I have there. I don't think that's a bad take.
All right, thank you, buddy. I appreciate you calling. Call back anytime, sir.
Yeah.
Well, what about your take on that, Jackie?
Well, I mean, again, I think it really comes down to, if you're talking specifically Superman, it comes down specifically to, is it going to be a movie about trying to tell... I think it's a fascinating story to tell the story of Superman. As a white guy, I say this, but I think it's a fascinating story to tell the story of Superman in 2021 America, post George Floyd, where he comes from Krypton and is raised in this culture, and how a man with all of this power, who could end so many problems with a dictatorial mindset, how he navigates that. Because one of the fascinating things about Superman has always been his desire to assimilate and fit in and be as much Clark Kent as he is Kal-El. And so I think if you make a story and it is Clark Kent, the value of that is simply that you're already asking the audience to swallow something totally new. And there's a bit of a high concept that might get people into the theaters to watch that story. And if you put it in the hands of someone, and I only say Spike Lee because, to be perfectly honest, I don't know a lot of upcoming black filmmakers that are as vocal and passionate and angry about the black male experience as Spike Lee was. What
about Peele?
Who?
Peele, Get Out, and all that. Peele.
Oh, Peele, Jordan Peele.
Get Out, and all. Yeah.
I know he's got a take. That's all I care about.
Okay.
He's got a take. So yeah, absolutely. That would be that'd be a good choice too. I like that take. I also don't have a problem though if it's just like you said, if it's Superman, but anyone can be Superman. Now he's black. Now he's white. I got no issues with that. But
anyone could be Superman. Could blend to, hey, anyone could be my lawyer. Anyone could be my doctor. Anyone could be my friend.
That's right. That's right. I have a hard time when people talk about,
Yeah, I don't dislike that take.
Yeah, I mean, people are like, oh, I'm always like, it's good that kids have representation, and the people who act as if that's not important are white dudes, white straight dudes like me that grew up with nothing but representation. So I'm not saying a black guy or a Muslim guy isn't going to tell you representation isn't important, but I can tell you the vast majority of the people shouting down the value of diversity are the ones that didn't see themselves represented in the heroes of the movies as much. All right, Zim, thanks, buddy.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. Stay blessed, man. Take care.
Lord have mercy. You have a big group of people waiting. You tell me, Andrew.
Oh my gosh.
You tell me. There's
We're
three,
here.
There's
We're
four.
here.
Are we ready?
We're here.
All right.
We're
Ricardo's
here.
a second-time offender. Ricardo, you better keep this quick, baby, because I got more people behind you. Ricardo, go. Ricardo.
Hey,
Okay, go.
What's good,
we don't
man?
have a lot of time, buddy, so go, Ricardo.
yeah, just very quick. I wanted just to clarify about what I said about Greg and stuff like that, and about Andrew itself. I'm not saying they are what they do is wrong, or that they are influenced, or anything.
Yeah,
anything
I
like
don't
that.
think anybody thought you were.
We didn't get that from you. That's why I specifically
I'm
said
just saying
at the end
that
of the day.
there's an actual definition for journalism, and that's and by doing some stuff you cannot be that.
Got it. No,
Just
Right.
I think we agree.
Right.
I agree.
Which
with
is
Just
why
that.
I specifically said let's be complimentary about it because we both can learn from
Exactly,
each other.
that's awesome.
Right.
And I love Greg's stuff. I think he's great. So just to make it clear, I have
Yeah.
nothing against the guy.
You're
Absolutely.
you're not gonna get canceled, Ricardo. Don't worry.
Okay.
right, thanks.
Regarding Black Superman,
No, we got to go. We got to run. Call back next time, Ricardo. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm
okay.
sorry, Ricardo. He's already had
take
a
care, man.
bite at the apple. Let me tell you something, Andrew. I'm saving the best for last. I don't know if these other callers are going to touch him. There's a guy in the chat waiting to talk to you. This motherfucker is out of his goddamn mind. But first, we're bringing on Merkham. Merkham of the Cincinnati Merkhams. How you doing, pal?
Hey, how you doing, Jeffy?
I'm good. How are you?
What's going on, boss man? How are you?
Coolin', man. Everything good with y'all?
Yep. What's up?
Yeah, we good, man. What you got? What you got for us today?
I had a question about people are okay with people changing genders and stuff like that. So I would,
Wait a minute. Are you talking about superhero characters or in general?
no, just in general.
Okay. Is this Bacon?
Yeah, this Bacon Magma.
You son of a bitch. Well, how many names do you have? Keep going. Go ahead, Bacon.
All right, everybody's okay. A lot of people not okay with changing genders, but a lot of people is okay with changing genders.
Okay.
Okay.
But another thing came up with people changing their age. So should it be okay with people to change their age? Just wondering.
Well, I mean, people change my age all the time. They think I just got my license and I'm 21, so I'm actually okay with it.
Yeah, okay. What about you?
But that
Jack?
doesn't answer your question. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, some people thought changing their age is wrong because somebody can say they 40 can say they 16 and it'd
Right.
be okay.
But do you okay? Let me
I think-
let me. Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead. No, go
I
ahead.
think
Go
the
ahead.
legal. No, I'll definitely pass it to you right now. The legal implications, I think, what we have to be concerned about because that's very, very dangerous ground, especially with the nuance of the laws by the state and why you're trying to make those changes. David.
Well, I think you know this, Bacon, but let's just pretend that you're a normal person for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that, Jeffy. Listen, the deal is it's a very insulting, hateful question, and I think you know it is, and I'll tell you why. Because unless you're talking about a very specific psychosis of which I haven't heard of, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, you don't have a meaningful percentage of people that consistently over millennia have said, I have gender dysmorphia, that have said, I have age dysmorphia, which is they have a psychological condition where they are in great pain, whether or not it's physiological, psychological. Science currently says it's probably a blend of both, because people call them 24 and in their hearts they feel like they're 50. They don't have any kind of real societal damage from that. They don't get murdered for that. They don't get abused for that. They don't get fired for that.
And what's the motive for that?
The motive is the same when people talk about trans people and say, "Oh, you identify as a woman. I identify as an attack helicopter." Ha, 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 ha. It's like, you know what? If we had a condition of people of kids killing themselves because they identified as attack helicopters, we would take it serious. But given that you're the only person on God's green earth that has ever seriously considered that you may very well be an attack helicopter, we actually do have a name for that, and it's called fucking batshit crazy.
Okay, so you're saying that people who want to change their age, since there's not enough of them,
No,
they should be left out.
no. I'm not. No, I'm saying that the idea of changing your age is something that is clearly. There's no evidence that anybody.
I just have one question.
Yeah, go ahead. Wait,
No,
what?
no, please finish your thought. I just have one. Please finish your thought. I just have one question.
I was going to say that there's no
But
evidence that the world, there are people in the world walking around going, I am in so much pain because I feel like I'm 75, but my birth certificate says I'm 12. Then feel like you're 75. I don't give a fuck. What does it matter?
Yeah, but then some people might say they can what's this check you get when you're older?
Social Security?
Yeah, some people say, oh, they're just trying to scam the government. They put their age up, So those are some of the problems I came up with.
Bacon Magma, you're a goddamn moron. Go ahead, Andrew.
Is this something that you're considering yourself?
No, this is something I've seen multiple reports on. When people brought up the problems with changing their age, they came out and said, well, people letting people change their gender, so what's the difference?
I just told you the difference.
I got more questions. Is this something
Yeah,
that
you
you're
told me your
passionate
difference,
about?
Jeffy, but I want to make sure everybody included with the safety, And I don't believe everybody who's saying they want to change their age are trying to be hateful towards the other the community that changed their gender. I believe some people do, and I was just wondering, what was your thoughts?
Yeah. Okay. So I just have one question. Why are you so passionate about this?
I just wanted to see Jeffy thoughts. Jeffy got a great mind. I just want to see what's his opinions on this and everything. That's basically
Okay. Oh, sweet. So my thing is there's because of the different laws of the state, depending on the motive for the changing of the age, there's legal implications for that by law based on why you'd want to do that, whether it's a Social Security thing or other things, right? So I think that's the first thing that I went to when you started explaining what you called for, and I think that from there. It's again, do you need to be checked out, psychologically based on that? And there's a lot of different implications for that particular road.
okay. So I just want to narrow it down to a yes and no question. I know y'all just gave me your thoughts. So Jeffy, it's a hard no from you.
It wasn't a yes or no question.
Well, I want to.
So it's not. So for me, it's not. There's a lot of nuance there that you can't get a direct answer for that.
Yeah,
There's a lot.
I think you show me evidence of people who want to change their age and feel discriminated against because of it, and they have some kind of real evidence that that's not just a taking the piss out of the trans community tactic. And then we'll have a real conversation. You know how to reach me. Send me some links, and I'll read them in good faith. But I don't think you can.
Can I debate? Can I counter that one more time?
Can you do what?
Can I counter that statement?
You can try.
Well, people don't believe in people talking about they want to be in a different gender. You can bring up all the facts you want, but some people still don't believe that.
Yeah, some people don't believe the Earth is a globe or a semi-globe. It's kind of not perfectly. It's not a sphere, but you know what? Science has proven them wrong. So. There you go.
Okay.
Bacon, thank you, pal. I
thank
appreciate
y'all.
it, buddy. He's out of his
Thanks,
goddamn
man.
mind. He's out of his goddamn mind. And
Very interesting take.
oh, jeez, man. I'll tell you what. This is JC, a big bear. I don't know where they get the names. Go,
big
JC.
bear.
JC, go.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey there, folks. Can you hear me?
What's happening? How you doing, man?
Doing all right, man. So, kind of going off of the Black Superman discussion from earlier. So, I'm a huge Superman fan. Like, I've looked into the origin of the character and stuff like that. And the origin of Superman, right, is this, like, immigrant story, right? You have an alien, right, quote unquote. Whether you look at it from, like, the literal perspective or the figurative one. And you have him in this foreign land who's trying to adjust, trying to kind of fit into society, right?
Okay, stop for 1 second. Where are you from and where's your family from?
So my family's from Central America.
Okay.
My mother's from Guatemala, my dad from Nicaragua.
Okay.
I got family all over Central America, so sorry if my voice is a little shaky. I'm a little bit nervous.
No. I just wanted to hear your background, but continue. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't have a problem with with having Superman be in like an African American, or having them like be of like African descent. Like
Okay.
I think it would be really compelling. For example, like if you have like you know like the Kryptonian baby land in like Somalia or something like that, where
Okay.
they then migrate to the United States and then try to adjust to living within the United States.
There
and
are
society.
stories. There is a story called Red Sun where it's an Elseworld story
Mhm.
where Clark Kent lands in Russia,
Hmm.
Soviet Russia, and it's all about him becoming their hero. So they have explored things like that in the past. It's very fascinating.
Yeah, and then and there's been like different iterations of the character. Like there's been Elseworld stories of like him landing in Nazi Germany, or him landing during the Civil War, or him, you know, all these different kinds of Superman. The issue I feel is that, or at least for me, right? Now, if the movie comes out and if it's well written, then you know all my criticisms don't mean squat.
Okay.
But I feel like if you try to take that character, which is based on like the immigrant experience
Mm-hmm.
of trying to adapt to a world that's foreign to you, and you co-opt it and change it to be like, okay, this is what the character represents now, it doesn't feel genuine, you know. And that's like, I know it doesn't matter for like a corporation or something like that, but at least for me as the viewer, as the consumer, like it doesn't feel genuine. I feel like instead of bringing light to immigrant issues, or bringing to light African American issues,
Right.
you're just throwing it out there to kind of get as much money as possible and, you know, fill your pockets, and whatever happens to the character, whether it's well written or not, like it just feels disingenuous, you know. Like
So why do you think that I asked you where you were from and where your family was from?
probably because well, I'm passionate about it, and I feel like to a certain extent I relate to it.
You know where I'm going. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see if you had some biases already baked in to how you felt about what you felt. Now, do you feel you have some biases already built in based on your experiences?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay.
Okay. Like, well, I mean, like, it's not. The thing is, like,
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad.
Yeah.
I'm not leaving you out there. I'm not saying it's bad. But I'm just saying a lot of the times we don't realize that because of those things, we lean in a particular direction. Is that fair? That's all I'm saying.
That's fair.
Right. I'm not saying that your take is bad. I'm just saying that just be mindful of that, which is why that was one of the first questions I asked you. Now, I agree with you that, yeah, it may look like a money grab, but intention plays a big part of it. Even if we were to get the story that we didn't want and it was done right, we'll probably still accept it. Is that fair?
Yeah.
It's all a money grab. God of War Ragnarok's a money grab. Last of Us Part 2 is a money grab. I mean, it's business. That's what they do. They greenlight stuff they think's going to make money. They're not a charity. But JC, thank you, buddy. Thank you, Big Bear. I appreciate it, man.
Good stuff, man.
No problem, man.
All right.
Take-
Good to see you, sir.
All right.
Take care, boss.
All right, let me bring in the last two calls. Slayer Christ is coming in. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that kind of slaying the Christ. I don't think. Slayer, what's up, baby?
What's going on, guys?
Not much.
What's going on? How you feel?
So, can you finally hear me? Do I sound better, Jeff?
You sound
Do I
great.
sound
You
better?
sound like
Sound great, man.
you sound like a goddamn fucking. I'm trying to think of fettuccine Alfredo is my favorite food. You sound like fettuccine. I don't fucking know him. Go.
So let's talk about the Superman, because I agree with you that there is definitely a depth of storytelling that can be told, because Superman, you know, like most comic book heroes, is more of an idea than he is a skin color or what have you.
Like he represents what he represents. You mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
What he represents.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a double-edged sword. And the reason why I think it's a double-edged sword is because what it ultimately does is it doesn't tell the story of the character themselves. It just tells the story of Superman. And I think that's the mistake in doing a black Superman. And it's very much like I'll give you a character that we all love and we all know, Sherlock Holmes. Could you imagine Sherlock Holmes as a black English character?
Yes.
As a black Englishman?
Yes.
And you can, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, is that Sherlock Holmes? Is that the character that the author, Arthur Conan Doyle, wrote?
Oh, well,
The
no.
same
Who's judging
thing-
that?
That's two questions.
Who's judging that?
Right.
Yeah.
It's not about judging. It's about the original ethos of who that character is at his core and at his essence.
Okay, well,
At
if the goal,
core-
okay, well, wait, if the goal is to be true to the source material, then yeah, there's no debate. If the goal is what did the two guys who created Superman, did they think he was white or black? It's clear they thought he was a white guy. Done.
Right.
If that's what your
And-
what your goal is.
But at the and we have to accept the fact that this goes at the core of what a lot of black people have an issue with. It's identity. The minute you make, whether it's Sherlock Holmes or Superman was Clark Kent, if you make him something that he isn't, you change the very crust of his identity. It's not that you can't play with it in terms of, literature and storytelling and having that dynamic. If you use someone like whether it be Quentin Tarantino or
I don't think we're disagreeing though.
No.
So you're yeah.
I just and the reason why I'm trying to get to is because I think it's lazy to make Superman black.
I don't think it's lazy. I think people are nuts when they call companies lazy. These are companies that spend over $1 million just to get a screenplay written that they throw in the trash when a new director comes in. These are writers and directors that are passionate, that bust their asses to be able to be in the room just to pitch to be able to write a Superman movie. So it's not lazy. What I think it is more they just think there's money in them their hills. I think it's opportunistic, but I don't think it's lazy. Did you pass away? Slayer. TK421, why aren't you at your post?
On?
I think I killed him with logic. It's the first time that's ever happened
man.
on this show. Slayer, thank
That
you.
was amazing.
Oh, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What
I'm
the
still
fuck?
here.
You totally went out. You went MIA.
Deep
Sorry
thought.
about
That's all good.
No. I think it's the internet. But see, here's the alternative. The reason why I say it's lazy, because just like in video games, it's a lot easier to justify spending money on a sequel than it is to do something original.
It's not
and
that
daring.
it's not that it's easy. It's that these are companies, and the audiences have told them time and time and time and time and time again, we will give you our money if you make something that we are comfortable with. That's not.
I have a couple of questions. That's not. Go ahead. Finish your
No,
thought.
that's not to say you can't point to a lot of great examples of original movies that have gone on to become classics. Of course you can. But you saw this change happening when the movies got bought by conglomerates. It was no longer, the literal Warner Brothers, or it was no longer what's the guy's name? Any of these sort of moguls that were running the studios. It wasn't Lou Wasserman. It was now I am basically part of a 70 company conglomeration, and we're about the bottom line. And in that, you started seeing less original product and less passionate product. And you started seeing more commodity product in entertainment. And it doesn't mean you don't, from time to time, get a break from that. Thank God we do. But I don't think it's lazy. I think they're going, people know who Clark Kent is. Race is a big thing they're talking about right now. A black Clark Kent, a black Superman, that would get us a lot of press. And if we happen to make a great movie, then we're going to be in the fucking money. And our past Superman movies that have been respectful, quote, of canon, no one went to see. Now, that's not because of Superman. That's because they weren't necessarily great movies, but that's subjective. But it's not laziness. It's money.
Again, look,
I just had a question for you. Maybe one or two questions. Are you like a fan of history? Do you follow those?
I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of history,
Okay.
And
Do you
an
document? Do you
alternative.
document this stuff right now? Do you do a YouTube channel or any content right now?
I do. I do have a podcast. It's
Okay.
called the Gamer Life Show. So there is going to
Okay.
be
The
an
reason
aspect of
the reason I asked that is because I would be surprised if you didn't, because that kind of information, the way you're documenting, is something that people would want to hear. So
because look,
so that's good.
I think even in the current zeitgeist, I think the reason why I can also say, and it's totally in my opinion that it's lazy is let's look at the Japanese market of animation.
Okay.
There is literally shows like whether it be Bleach, Naruto, or Dragon Ball Z that have brand new characters, and they consistently build brand new properties that grow into incredible franchises and have an incredible base. Like for instance, my partner, her daughter, and her friends went out into Long Island and they went to go see, I think it's Demon Slayer.
Yeah, I hear that's great.
And they went to the movies, and this is the subculture. You go on platforms like Instagram or wherever, there are an entire group of young kids who are between ages, I wouldn't say kids, but between the ages of 17 to say 28, who are artists who are literally drawing characters that are anime characters.
Yeah.
So
That makes sense.
if you are Warner Brothers, if you are Marvel, you need to now face the fact that your characters in the traditional sense of constantly reinventing them are getting old by osmosis. And what happens is it does come across as lazy when you see, okay, well, I'm just gonna, because it's easy to have all of these dynamics of racism and diversity as a conversational piece. Well, we can easily put a black character in that space as Superman. You're 100% right. All of the things you said is valid, but your audience is doing something else. Their attention is going someplace else that's far more original than a work of art that you're consistently reinventing.
The only reason that's not accurate is because Avengers Endgame is the #1 movie of all time.
Yes, but you have to understand, and you have to admit that is an echo effect of what happened in the 90s, of the fact that Jim Starlin and Marvel created Infinity with Thanos, a credible property that stood the test of time. It's not just young people that echoed in and said, we love Avengers and we love this idea of Thanos. That is an entire generation of people who are 40 plus and in between.
But
say,
okay,
between
yeah,
35.
but and
That's an echo.
let me be clear. I have literally a copy of Infinity, whatever the fuck it was called. I have the #1 copy. It's not even bagged. It's behind me somewhere. I really do. I saw it the other day. I'm like, oh, I didn't know I had that. But I don't think that movie was successful because I'm not saying that wasn't a good story. But I think you have to lay a lot of that success at the feet of Kevin Feige. I think it's not like that movie was great because the Infinity Stones. It was great because all of the characters were so well done and so beloved by the time the movie came out. That's what did it. But I hear you. I appreciate it, Slayer. Thanks for the call.
One more last thing.
Oh, real quick, baby.
Last thing, and I'll get out of here. So the other aspect of this, which is the third pillar to this, is this the right direction for Warner Brothers to go with DCU movies in competition, in comparison to what Marvel is doing and being so far ahead? That's about it.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Is it the right direction? I mean, for who? Is it the right direction for their shareholders? I'm sure they think so.
Right.
But I also think that Iron Man started, and you can go back to documentary footage and hear Robert Downey Jr. and Jon Favreau go, we have no idea if this is going to work. And this could be the beginning of the end of the whole fantasy that Feige has, that this is really going to be a thing. And so, I think the proof will be in the pudding. Nobody fucking knows at this point if Warner Brothers is on the right track. I do get the sense that they lack a powerful visionary like they have in Feige that is able to sort of really steer the ship. It seems like Favreau and who's the guy, Dave Filoni or whatever on Star Wars and Mandalorian. It seems like those guys are coming into Star Wars and filling that slot nicely of sort of visionary main chef in the kitchen. It seems like Warner Brothers doesn't have that for their DC.
But their anime is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Their animated productions.
Have you seen the World War II Justice League yet? I know that just came out.
No, that's next on the list.
Yeah,
that's next on the
wanna see
list.
that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Listen to me, Andrew. I saved the best for last. I'm not saying the other callers weren't great, but this motherfucker may very well be the craziest motherfucker I've ever talked to in my goddamn life. P. Turtle, you are on with the great Andrew Alliance.
I want to ask you, Jeffy. I don't
we go.
mean any
There we go.
I don't mean any disrespect
Talk
here,
to
but
him.
who is this guy? Because I just
Why don't you
in.
ask him? He's right here.
Yo, who are you?
I'm just a dude on the internet that creates content, and I've been doing it for 10 years. And I had a great interview with David Jaffe back in 2015, and we're linking up again. Here we are.
It doesn't sound like his resume is that big. How come you've never had me on the show like this? I'm
You're
like a
on
legend
the
on your
show
show.
all the time, you fucking moron. You're always on the show.
Another thing I wanted to say is that Bacon Magma guy is brilliant. I was You didn't let him finish.
Do
and
you
you
have
should've let him
anything?
finish.
Do you have anything for Andrew? Because you can call back on the show anytime when I'm not doing an interview. But this guy's a grown up. He's the only grown up we have here, and we need to make sure we treat him with respect that our elders deserve. So if you actually have a question, P. Turtle, for Andrew, the floor is yours. But if you just want to shoot the shit, call back on the next stream.
I
Man.
was coming in to talk about the topic here.
Well, go, start, begin, action.
Yeah, well, listen, nobody wants to see a black Superman. And I'll tell you why. When it comes to comic books, the fans care mostly about the aesthetic. I think X-Men 2 is the best Marvel movie created. It's not part of the MCU.
I don't agree, but I agree that it's great. It's fucking awesome.
What do you think is better than that? Because you're wrong. But go ahead, tell me.
Well, I think Spider-Man 2 is better than that. I think Avengers.
You're wrong, and I could break that down.
I don't need it broken down. Talk to Andrew. He is the guest. Go.
I'm talk about the thing. I don't want to just talk to him. I'm here to
All right,
explain my point.
Turtle, you're off. Call back later, baby. Goodness gracious. Andrew, listen to me. I want to tell you something, sir. I have
boss?
so enjoyed talking to you. And
Likewise.
What I love, and I hope you feel the same, is, and this is what a lot of people don't get, and it makes me very sad. And maybe it's the way I was raised around discussion, debate, disagreement, all being sort of just part of the family table, all being part of my friends' groups. But I like the fact, at least in my mind, I can look at you and say, your views about religion are batshit crazy. And you can look at me and say, you wouldn't say it because you speak less like a sailor on shore leave. You can look at me and say, Jaffe, your views on a variety of things that we've talked about tonight are batshit crazy. But I would defend your right to have your views and save your views and share your views with the world. And I think you would defend my right as well. And I love that we can have that kind of relationship and that kind of conversation. And
Absolutely.
Too many people today, they just, if you don't agree with them, they throw you out with the trash. Why is that? Last question, and that's it. Why do you think that is? Why are we here? Why do we get that bad?
I guess we're at a place where we can't even reason together and just listen and be empathetic to, conversation and differing opinions about anything. There's a lot of, no one really wants to be objective, and especially with the whole thing that we just came out of 2020 and vaccines and all that stuff, it gave us an opportunity to really see people for who they are, for the good and for the bad.
I think that's true. I think it's sad that we had to do that to get to that, but at least now we know. Last question, where can people find you? I've got people in the chat saying, where do I find this guy? How do I commune with Andrew?
Sure. You can find me on Twitter. That's URIYYA. That's my Twitter, URIYYA. You can also find me on YouTube at Andrew Alliance. So pretty much youtube.com/Andrew Alliance, and that will take you to my YouTube channel. And this has been amazing. Honored.
Can you link me or direct mail me or direct message me on Discord, whatever your links are, and I will put them in the notes for
Absolutely.
this at the very top? Okay.
Absolutely.
Come back anytime, dude. It's so much fun to talk
Yeah.
to you. I wish you great growth now that you are putting
I appreciate
your
it.
gift out there. If I can do anything in my very small channel way, please let me know, because I think you offer a really cool, interesting take on things, and it should be heard by more people.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Of course. We'll talk soon. Thanks, man. And everybody else,
Thank
thank
you.
you guys very much. I will be streaming probably this weekend some Resident Evil 8, maybe some Returnal, and we'll be back. Oh, Monday, Colin Moriarty interview, Sacred Symbols, and he'll be on our show. And then Troy Baker is coming onto this show Thursday for an interview, 10 a.m. So take care. Be safe. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks for the calls, the
Thank you.
subs, and all the good conversation. Bye, you guys. Goodbye, Andrew.
Take care.